happiness, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 and mostly cloudy at 5:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. Pittsburgh Controller Rachel Heisler continues to raise questions about how the city used COVID relief money. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has the story.
In her third audit on the use of the funds, Heisler focuses on the Urban Redevelopment Authority and 2023 and 2024 funding for Avenues of Hope, the Streeteries Outdoor Dining Program, and Broadway Avenue development. Not helping, a lack of standardized document retention, meaning when project managers left, so did their documents.
But think about it where you work, and if someone comes and goes, the organization can still stand, and you can still, have access to your organizational records, and that's not happening right now.
Because of that, for example, there's nothing to show Streeteries recipients made matching contributions as required, and the URA has also been unresponsive to requests about $153,000 related to Broadway Avenue, so they can't verify the invoices on the project are even accurate. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Last night's Pony League World Series championship game between Washington County and Chinese Taipei was canceled. Continued unplayable conditions after days of downpours at Lou Hayes Field gets the blame. In a statement, organizers said with visiting teams scheduled to leave this morning, they thought it was unreasonable to ask families to pay for flight changes and extended hotel stays. A Powerball ticket sold in Illinois matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning that jackpot of just over $1 billion. It's the largest Powerball prize so far this year and the 8th largest in Powerball's history. KDKA Sports, the Marlins beat the Pirates 8-2 last night. Game 3 of the series is on KDKA Radio today. Coverage begins at 12:15. And a rookie wide receiver is getting his big opportunity during tonight's Steelers-Packers preseason game. KDKA Radio's Jeff Hathorn has more.
Not needing to see anything from the top 2 receivers, look for rookie Jeremy Bernard to get extended reps tonight.
I'm excited. It's a first preseason game, first NFL game. I'm excited. I've been dreaming about this my whole life. And so I'm just ready to go do it.
The second-round pick keeps growing and loves working with Aaron Rodgers.
I just cherish that. I value that. And I'm just going to continue to, take heed of that because, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play with, MVP.
Steelers-Packers, 7 o'clock on KDKA TV. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 5:32. Our next update at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet with Ellen Gamble.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. And so far, a really good morning as you're grabbing the keys and making the go around the region. No major accidents or delays to report to you. But of course, we have kickoff on the North Shore at 7 tonight. The Steelers will be there. The parking lots open at 2 p.m. So finding a spot is expected to be tight and, of course, more costly on the North Shore. So you might want to think about parking on the Golden Triangle or the South Side might be a better option for you. You could take the T across the river. And then, of course, the evening rush hour traffic flow could certainly be more slow-go as that Steeler game-bound traffic mixes in with the evening commute. So just some things to keep in mind as we head through the day. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid today. Clouds, some intervals of sunshine. A slight chance of an afternoon thunderstorm. Most of the day will be rain-free or high 82. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid. There can be a late-night shower, though 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
67, mostly cloudy now at Pittsburgh International.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning. Welcome to Thursday, August 13th. I'm Larry Richert along with anchorman Paul Rasmussen, AAA's Ellen Gamble, meteorologist Joe Lundberg, our producer and / game show host, Casey Irwine. In our 7 o'clock hour, our weekly version of Are You Smarter Than an Anchorman? And we'll ask for your participation. I imagine people will be talking about the Steelers-Packers game on the North Shore. And apparently Mother Nature will cooperate after a series of days where we had severe weather. We did get a bit of a break yesterday after rain rolled through, and it's come in waves. But peeking into the weekend, we're not completely rain-free, potentially, but it doesn't look like severe weather until maybe the next opportunity would be Sunday. So, guys, you watch a little KDKA TV, 7 o'clock kick. Paul, you don't get much of an opportunity, but Casey can't help himself. He stays up late.
Well, we have a big advantage when we walk in the door because we have our overnight producer, Greg Finley, has been watching the game. So
he's actually a great way to catch up.
When I walk in, he'll give me a really good rundown of all that happened.
Yeah,
he'll hit the high points. It makes it a lot easier to pick out a highlight and
he is
talk
locked
about
in.
what happened. Yeah,
I'm obviously going to be there and excited to be there and just to see who plays, new players, new faces, new coaching staff. It will be a fun night and looking forward to that. The question is, will 4-time MVP see any game time at all? That would be Aaron Rodgers. Based on what he said this week, doesn't seem like it, but still just as anxious to see the other guys, the young guys too, Drew and Will. And I imagine we will see them. By the way, parking lots open at 2, gates open at 5, kickoff at 7. And if you can't be there, you can watch Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on KDKA TV. They do a magnificent job of bringing the insights and the excitement. People will be talking about the Powerball. You mentioned it in the newscast, $1 billion taken by somebody in Illinois.
I saw something interesting a little bit ago. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. About what you can buy with all that money. Ready? You could buy more than 118 million grande cups of Starbucks coffee.
Well,
you could buy 394,000 iPhones. Or you could invest in 36 million packs of Pokemon cards. Somebody actually did the math on that at ABC. I think that's really funny.
Yeah, and obviously when it gets to $1 billion, that's a whole nother level. But they couldn't afford the L.A. Lakers. Did you see what they just sold again?
Yeah, the Buss family sold the team for around $10 billion not long ago. And the new owner just sold to, I think Robert Iger is one of the people that's involved, and a Kushner, member of the Kushner family,
yeah,
with ties to Trump. But they're paying like, what, $12.5 billion for the Lakers. That's insane money.
It's unbelievable.
Is that the Iger who used to run Disney?
I think it is.
Yeah.
He's got a bunch of money.
Well, he'll have to have a bunch of money to handle that kind of. I guess that this investing in sports franchises is now big business. I mean, look at how well Fenway Sports Group did.
Selling the Penguins.
I mean, they bought the Penguins for, what was it, just under $1 billion, like $900 million or something. And,
$900 million.
And what did they sell them for? $1.5 billion? $1 billion?
Yeah.
0.75?
They made a bunch of money.
The Hoffman companies?
They're like, thanks for coming. We'll see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Hoffman family.
Eye-opening, eye-popping. You know, back in the day when Harry Truman found out that he was president after the death of FDR, he told reporters he felt like he'd just been hit with a bale of hay. You know, and I thought, whoever it is who has this winning Powerball ticket is going to find out in a quick hurry what that feels like. Because if you've got $1 billion as a prize, and of course it doesn't wind up being that if you take the lump sum, but still, when you're into the hundreds of millions of dollars, the responsibilities that go along with it, I mean, there's a lot of unexpected responsibilities.
I told you about John Chemway and I met the guy that won $33 million, part of the years ago from Johnstown, and he was 54, had issues where he was unable to work. So he said, I just want to take care of my family. And then we did a follow-up a year later, and he had purchased all these exotic cars, this big bar. I told you the story. On the garage, he painted this. He loved Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. I mean, it was like, bought a plow truck and used to drive around and plow people's driveways in the neighborhood for a while. But people were lined up in front of his home. For months, he had to hire security because they were there just asking for money.
Yeah.
And then people got angry with him, he said, because he everywhere he went, people asked him for money. And it got to the point where he moved, changed his name, and went to an undisclosed location.
Yeah, I understand why. I heard a story about a lottery winner who got one of the big ones, whose advisors said, before the word gets out, you need a plan to handle the requests. And what they came up with I thought was clever. They had a bunch of cards printed up that the winner could hand people. And what they did is they set up a little office, and people could come to that office or send an email or a fax or whatever with a request to that particular office. And so when the winner was asked for money, he said, I've got something set up for requests like yours, and here's the information for contacting. And then they'll be able to provide you with, our parameters for who we want to, help out.
Well, that's not unlike.
That's a good idea.
The Hillman family.
Yeah.
Elsie and Henry, they had foundation, a trust set up for a group of very smart, business-minded, philanthropic people that would sort through the requests. So here's my card, Paul.
Right.
Did I ever tell you?
You want to give to people who have a true need, that really do need help. You want to be helpful to people, but at the same time, you'd spend all your time dealing with it.
It does change people's lives. We've seen that, and it's not always good. And I know
No,
everybody else says, well, that wouldn't happen to me. And I get that.
Yeah, but
we all keep
reality
saying,
changes it, doesn't
I
it?
wouldn't mind. Let me take a shot at it, please. So I told you the story about I went and did a sleep study. This is like 20 years ago. And they said, oh, just pretend like you're, on vacation at a hotel room, do everything normal. Meanwhile, I had like 36 wires attached to my head.
Oh, yeah. That's lots of fun.
I'm like,
I've done that.
I'll just pretend I'm not electronically glued in here. And as fate would have it, I was watching a Pirate game. That night it went into extra innings, so I was staying up later. And it was on a night where I was working the next day because they wanted to simulate as much in real life as they could of what you typically go through. And that made sense. And then I couldn't fall asleep, so I watched a documentary on lottery winners where it went south on them. And I'm like, wow, what a bummer.
You're all stressed out while you're trying to sleep.
So, anyway, the billion is gone, but if you go today and get a ticket for $50 million, that might help you make it through the weekend if you hit that instead. 545
Mere
at KDKA.
pocket change for this winter, right?
I literally heard a lady tell the sales clerk at the lottery desk, Giant Eagle, she said, after she didn't realize it hit one time, after a biggie, and she looked and goes, it's $50 million. I'm like, okay. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Looks like, Ellen, we're going to show up for work tomorrow.
Yeah, looks like we are.
Not all.
Oh, well. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about how things are moving out on the area roads right now, Larry, and I'm happy to report we have a good ride for folks. No major accidents or problems. Does give me a chance to give the reminder that this inbound Liberty Tunnel roof or ceiling project continues. They're replacing things inside the tunnel, so I guess that would be the ceiling, but they are calling it the roof. It is happening, at least weather permitting. It's scheduled to happen tonight, closing 8 p.m. until 5 tomorrow morning. That's, again, just the inbound Liberty Tunnel. So what's your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route around that? Well, they'll have a posted detour for you. And as usual, it's going to be sending you further northbound on Route 51 and then using the Fort Pitt tunnels to head into downtown. So keep that in mind for this evening. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. AccuWeather says some patchy morning fog otherwise. A lot of clouds. It is humid right now at a high of 82, and there is slight chance for a shower, but most of the forecasts I've seen look like it should be rain-free tonight with the Steelers-Packers game. 67 headed out the door.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Almost halfway through the month of August, and an opportunity for you from the Bowser family of dealerships at Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills. It's the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Here's an opportunity. 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, by the way, and the #1 volume dealer, means you'll get the best deal. 0% financing for 60 months, or you can choose 1.9% for 72 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. That's 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Go to BowserHyundai.com, or better yet, go to Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
5:50 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Here's Paul Rasmussen.
An audit has determined that hundreds of thousands of dollars in spending at the URA, this would be COVID relief funds, cannot be accounted for. The documentation isn't there. We'll have the details coming up in 10 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Cisco shares dropped despite a better-than-expected earnings report and a revenue forecast that sailed past estimates. The company said it sees revenue this quarter of $18 to $18.2 billion, topping the LSEG estimate of $16.8 billion. Cisco's stock is up by more than 60% this year amid the artificial intelligence boom. Cerebras Systems raised its full-year guidance in the second earnings report following the chipmaker's initial public offering in May. However, the stock tumbled about 14% after the report's release. Cerebras said in a statement that it expects core revenue between $214 and $216 million this quarter. CEO Andrew Feldman said in an interview on CNBC that AI demand is through the roof. The U.S. budget deficit totaled just over $432 billion in July, the highest since March of 2021. CNBC reports that a surge in Medicare costs helped boost the total, while debt financing continued to be a significant contributor. I'm Nicole Murray on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Time for the Big K Morning Show birthdays on this August 13th. And by the way, if you were born 1961, happy 65th. From MediConnect, Medicare Made Simple. We start with Sebastian Stan, who is 44 today, became known to audiences for playing Bucky Barnes in Captain America, The First Avenger. And Casey, you're kind of the Marvel connection here. You've seen a lot of these movies, right?
Yeah, I've seen a good bit of them. Not like the whole cinematic universe, because they've released so many things at this point, but I know general storyline.
Do you know who this guy is?
Yeah.
Okay.
He plays Bucky Barnes.
64th birthday for John Slattery, best recognized as
Mad Men.
Mad Men, AMC's hit series.
What a great role he played in that. I loved it.
Who was the star, the guy?
John Hamm.
John Hamm, yeah. January Jones.
The most beautiful January Jones.
She could have been all months.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious. I didn't see a lot of this series, but what I saw was interesting. It was the advertising world, back when everyone smoked in the office.
What made it so good to me was it was set in the late 50s and early 60s, and they nailed everything. Everything, all the decor, all the props, the costumes, the logos, you name it. I mean, if they had a bottle of Dewar's Scotch on a cocktail cart in an office, the label was spot on for the year they were. I mean, it was that detailed. And the storyline was terrific.
Mad Men, John Slattery, Iron Man 2. He also played in The Adjustment Bureau and Ant-Man. I liked Ant-Man.
And Ant-Man likes you.
French daredevil and aerialist Philippe Petit.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I get the yips just thinking about what he did.
77 years old today, he achieved international fame for his illegal 1974 high wire walk between the Twin Towers then standing in the World Trade Center.
And he went back and forth more than once, didn't he?
Yeah. And apparently, I don't think he was tethered.
No, he wasn't.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean,
just to think of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already getting the yips here. Jeez.
When we had a regatta here in the city one year, didn't they have one of the Walenda?
Was. Yes. It was one part was hooked up to the bridge and the other part was hooked up to something. I can't remember what. One of the sister bridges, right?
Yeah, and he walked across it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I couldn't bear to watch that.
No, you get that feeling.
Yeah, that I know what you're talking about.
I got it just standing at the new Liberty Tower, speaking of the World Trade Centers that they built, and you're inside this building at the very top looking over New York, and PJ and I, our boss, were up there, and I said, I can't believe man built this.
Yeah.
But you look out and you get that,
I got that feeling earlier this week. I was watching some show about buildings, and they showed some back in the day, one of the first skyscrapers, a bunch of guys walking around without any safety gear on these open exposed beams 20 and 30 floors above Manhattan. I had to change the channel.
Well, you know that famous photo of the guy sitting on the iron girder?
Mm-hmm. With the lunchbox?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny Bonaducci is 67, best known as Danny Partridge on The Partridge Family. That was a hit series in the 60s. Let me see if I have it.
It's a great big hit series in the 60s. That was must-watch TV in my household.
Hello world, hear the song that we're singing. Come on, get happy.
Now, if I have it right, none of them were musicians and none of them were really doing the singing. This was all done for them, right?
This is way before Milli Vanilli. And
nobody seemed to mind.
Paul Greengrass, who nobody knows, but you'll know his work. 71 today. He was the director of The Bourne Supremacy, The Bourne Ultimatum, and Captain Phillips.
Okay,
we just talked about pirate ships. And those are our celebrity birthdays. Pirates. What happened to your Pirates?
Well, they got spanked.
7 series losses in a row.
Yeah, it's
since the All-Star break.
Kind of circle in the drain right now.
They are in a free fall. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Notice, Helen, when things aren't going well, I say, what's wrong with your Pirates?
Yes,
when they're winning, how about my Pirates?
I noticed that. All right. So right now I'm going to say that the traffic is my traffic. It's not too tough out there. Proud to own this report with a few delays for you. Just a minor one as you approach the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Same story over on the Parkway West, 376 coming eastbound toward the Fort Pitt tunnels. Just a step on the brakes there at the tunnel portal. Less than traffic light delays behind the Liberty tunnels on 51 and 19. So good news there. 28's a great ride. Parkway North, we just checked that out with the PennDOT cameras. The crews have headed home from the Jacks Run Road overnight work between Bellevue, Westview, and Perrysville. So all lanes are open there. And of course, the HOV lane is open for your Thursday morning ride on the inbound side. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 with mostly cloudy skies at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Pittsburgh Controller Rachel Heisler says the Urban Redevelopment Authority kept poor records on how it spent COVID relief funds in 2023 and 24. Heisler's audit found that when project managers left the URA, financial documentation disappeared.
I believe it's reasonable for us to expect that records and documentation are retained so that we can tell the public where this money went.
Heisler says the lack of documentation means the city cannot account for more than $600,000 in spending in 2 URA programs. Well, the man and woman found shot to death Wednesday morning in Northview Heights have been identified. 30-year-old Shaylin Moore and 24-year-old Mark Jones were found inside a Northview Heights Estates apartment. Also inside the residence, 4 children ranging in age from 7 to 11 years old. They were unharmed but taken to UPMC Children's Hospital for evaluation. That deadly incident in the 100 block of Hazlitt Street was apparently a murder-suicide. The Pentagon is withholding the names of 2 soldiers killed Wednesday in a helicopter crash in central Texas. Meanwhile, ABC's Jim Ryan says investigators are trying to find the cause of the accident.
Video from the scene shows smoke rising above a field between Waco and Austin.
We received 911 calls regarding a helicopter that had crashed.
Cliff Coleman is with the Bell County Sheriff's Office.
You could tell it was a violent crash.
The Apache attack helicopter went down southeast of the sprawling Fort Hood Army Post, where the aircraft and crew were based. The crash sparked a wildfire that was still being fought this morning. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Panther Hollow Bridge is set to reopen to traffic tomorrow morning. There's a ribbon cutting for that this afternoon. The bridge will reopen at 7 a.m. Friday. This link between Oakland and Squirrel Hill was closed in 2024 after an inspection uncovered structural issues. More than $2 million in repairs on the Panther Hollow Bridge began last February. Last night's Pony League World Series championship game between Washington County and Chinese Taipei was canceled. Continued unplayable conditions after days of downpours at Lou Hayes Field gets the blame. In a statement, organizers said with visiting teams scheduled to leave this morning, they thought it was unreasonable to ask families to pay for flight changes and extended hotel stays. A Powerball ticket sold in Illinois matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning that jackpot of just over $1 billion. It's the largest Powerball prize so far this year, and the 8th largest in Powerball's history. KDKA Sports Miami over the Pirates 8-2 last night. The series wraps up today, and the game is on KDKA Radio. Pre-game show starts at 12:15. Steelers running back Eli Heidenreich is suiting up for his hometown team tonight. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has the story.
A fan at Acrisure, drafted outside of Acrisure. Now Eli Heidenreich gets to play as a Pittsburgh Steeler at Acrisure Stadium.
It's an honor to just get out there and play in that stadium. I think that's the best way for me to put it. It's something that I have dreamed of for a long time, and I'm just excited to get out there.
A 7th-round pick from the Naval Academy, Heidenreich isn't focused on being a hometown story, rather making his hometown team.
I think maybe I'll take a moment afterwards, but while I'm getting there and in the game, I'm going to be focused up.
With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:04. 66 and partly cloudy now at Pittsburgh International. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast next.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
6:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks much, Larry. And just minor delays on both of the parkways heading towards your favorite tunnels, whether it be the Parkway East inbound and the Squirrel Hill tunnels or the Parkway West heading toward downtown through the Fort Pitt tunnels there. So good news. Just a reminder, the North Shore parking lots open at 2 p.m. today in advance of 7 p.m. kickoff for the Steelers. And finding a spot is expected to be tight and more costly there. So you might want to think about the Golden Triangle as a better option. You could take the T across the river. And of course, the evening traffic flow could be more slow-go as Steeler game-bound traffic mixes in with the evening rush hour. So just some notes for you as you prepare to head out and about for your Thursday afternoon. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today will be warm and humid with clouds and some sun. There may be a thunderstorm in spots this afternoon, the high 82. Partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid tonight with a late night shower in places, the low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, we're at 66 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning. I'm Larry Richert along with our anchorman, Paul Rasmussen. This is the Big K Morning Show. A lot going on today and tonight, certainly on the North Shore in this town. And we'll keep you posted what you need to know between here and there. There are some notes because it is a work day. And the parking lots over at the stadium, obviously, the parking lots open for football fans at 2 p.m. So the people that park there and normally leave later, you probably know the drill. We'll talk to Ellen about that, too, in just a moment. Big news in the world, these attacks on aircraft carriers in the Gulf, and this is something, Paul, you've been sorting through this morning.
No, I haven't heard about any attacks on the carriers themselves, but we've had reports coming back from families who've been at town halls with Navy officials, families of the sailors that are on these big ships, complaining about the conditions and the lengthy deployments. In fact, here we have something that I think we could play back from ABC's Karen Waugh. Here's the first of a couple reports.
The Navy Times and Stars and Stripes report multiple sailors have tried to jump overboard. One wife saying her husband reached a breaking point after his deployment kept getting extended. Families reportedly confronted Navy leaders at town halls last week, describing moldy showers, broken toilets, food shortages, and no soap or toothpaste. In response, the Navy told ABC News it concedes the war has disrupted supply lines, but says the ship now has clean water and healthy meals.
Now, to give you some idea, we're talking in specific about the USS Abraham Lincoln, and this is what they've been doing.
The aircraft carrier and its 5,000 sailors and Marines are now 9 months into a deployment supporting the war with Iran. And at one point, they spent 250 straight days at sea, a modern record. The Navy Times and Stars and Stripes report multiple sailors have tried to jump overboard. One wife saying her husband reached a breaking point after his deployment kept getting extended.
Yeah, I think it's okay that we repeated that second part there. If you're going to see that long, somebody's going to snap. I mean, when you get a crew of 5,000, right?
Yeah, you get 5,000.
You're going to have some people that are not going to be able to handle it. They're going to have a mental health crisis. I understand that.
So the reference I had were these boats in the Strait of Hormuz. These are speed boats, regularly shadow as close as they can get. And there was talk that they would try to shoot missiles from, we heard about the handheld missile, which caused the whole who's on which aircraft.
Oh, that's right.
So they've had warning shots. Iranian fast attack craft came within yards of some Navy vessels, prompting the warships to fire warning flares and warning shots.
Now, my understanding of this is that the carriers are standing off at a good distance. So I don't know if the carriers were involved here or not. I haven't seen a report about that yet, but I'm not surprised to hear that they've been shadowing, the destroyers or frigates or whatever they have deployed in that area.
It probably wouldn't take much to take them out.
I wouldn't think so.
United States Navy.
Some of the weapons they have on board those ships are, they've got one that's a Gatling gun, basically, that fires I don't know how many umpteen thousand rounds in a minute. They could train that on that boat, and that wouldn't be the end of the story. Anyway, so Marty brought the conditions on the Lincoln up earlier this week. And this is the first that I've seen
publicly
a report that can confirm the complaints from some of the people there at that Navy town hall.
Bittersweet decision. That's how 28-year-old White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt described her decision yesterday. She announced that she would be stepping down from that role at the end of the month.
She's just 28 years old, Larry, and the youngest person ever to be press secretary at the White House. A year and a half of that, and you just had a couple of kids. I understand completely why she would want to. I mean, a year and a half of that job, if you've spoken to anyone who's done that job, it's like a 24-hour-a-day thing.
And really, outside of the president himself, she has the opportunity on a daily basis to set the tone and try to set the record straight from her perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And at that age, you would think it would take a lot deeper frame of reference to be able to do that daily with the consistency.
Which says a lot about her intellect, doesn't it?
I have a feeling she'll surface somewhere down the road, put it that way, whatever
we'll
that
see
role
more
is.
of her. Yeah, we'll see more of her in some role. I mean, if you look at, let's see, Kayleigh McEnany is working for Fox. Jen Psaki is working on MS Now, former press secretaries at the White House.
She just had her second child, as you mentioned, and she has a 2-year-old son.
She started her maternity leave in April, and only came back a few weeks ago. So I guess that the pressures of the job and the desires of a new mother for the second time, I think that between the two, she decided now's the time to
when she
make
took
the transition back into some type of other normalcy.
A fairly brief, paternity leave. When she came back, and I'm sure a lot of new moms face this who are working whatever jobs they are, and she says, quote, The truth is, since returning to the White House after the birth of my daughter, I have felt in my heart that I cannot be the best mom for my 2 young children while devoting the constant time, energy, and attention required by being the White House press secretary.
Yep, there it is.
And that is why I ultimately have the bittersweet decision to depart the White House and embark on a new chapter in my life. So
now, who replaces her will be interesting.
That's the big question.
Yeah. I saw an article in one of the places I go before I come into work that there were 4 candidates that were jockeying already for position. President Trump's probably going to enjoy picking a new one out to he'll probably really enjoy that.
I've got a new one.
Yeah, he'll turn that into a news event in itself, won't he? That's how he operates. So we've got another one to talk about here that is pretty serious. There are reports circulating now that this Homeland Security Department is looking into purchasing $20 million worth of electric shock gloves.
It's called the Generated Low Output Voltage Emanator. That's the acronym, GLOVE. And
they're going to give them to ICE agents across the country. The story I'm looking at here says it gives a shock similar to a taser to incapacitate with just a touch. They are calling these gloves a de-escalation device, but the people who are opposed to that, slamming the decision.
They're made by Compliant Technologies in Lexington, Kentucky. They're advertised as, quote, humane, low-optics, de-escalation solutions for situations facing our men and women in uniform. The manufacturer said the discomfort associated with the stimulation usually effective in bringing individuals into compliance in less than 3 seconds and leaves no burns, marks, or scars. The president of the Institute of Prevention and Custody Deaths, I didn't know there was such a thing. They've been studying these devices. They liken it to, quote, a bee sting.
Well, regardless of whether it's safe or not, and regardless of whether they're trying to use it for de-escalation, the problem that you have is the people who are opposed to ICE will seize on this, and it's going to be a bad look for the government on it. I can't imagine how you have a good outcome here. How do you turn that story around? I mean, even law enforcement officers using tasers is unpopular.
Which tasers were employed initially to de-escalate so you wouldn't have to use deadly force.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
But then again, how many people,
Those are 3 stories, big news stories that you're going to hear more about today. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And as we are looking out and about, a pretty decent rush hour so far this morning. Just some minor slowdowns between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels as you make your way toward town. A little bit of an outbound sluggish traffic pattern on 376 eastbound, making your way past that Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange toward the Squirrel Hill Tunnel in that direction. Parkway West has definitely seen the volumes increase here in the past few moments. Now, the backups aren't too heavy just yet, but you will find a stop and go kind of thing happening for you from the top of Green Tree Hill down toward the Fort Pitt tunnels there. 28's a great ride. Parkway North, still no delays for you, and the HOV lanes are open for your commute. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Patchy morning fog. AccuWeather says otherwise mostly cloudy. It is humid right now. 82 will be the high. Slight chance of a shower popping up. 67 overnight, 80 tomorrow, and should see some sunshine. Actually, Saturday looks like the pick of the week. Sunny, 83, and still humid, but more comfortable. And again, we haven't had those real high temperatures like so many other states are dealing with. So outside of the heavy rains, which we have dealt with, we've fared pretty well. 66 right now. Coming up, the Pope's baseball team sparks an incredible outpouring. We'll share next.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina with your KFC weekend weather update. On Saturday, expect partly sunny skies with pleasant conditions and lower humidity. The high temperature will reach 77 degrees. Introducing the KFC $10 bucket of the day deal. Now every weekday, you get a different bucket of crispy, crunchy chicken for just $10 each. 24 nuggets, $10, 8-piece, $10, 10 wings, $10, 8 tenders, $10 only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I'm with Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
6:20 from the KDKA Radio News Desk. Here's Paul Rasmussen.
Got a great story about a letter from a baseball fan written back in 1947, Larry. It turned into something that was recently published in the PG. We had a guest on yesterday talking about it. You're going to love the story, and it's coming 10 minutes from now on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen for the Drive at 5. Top stories driving the day's news weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Colin introduced me to a guy named Randy Dye. Speaking of memorabilia, and later in the show, I'm going to introduce you to him because he has something that Pittsburghers will treasure, I think, if you're a fan of Roberto Clemente.
Cool.
In 1971, he was gifted a car for being MVP, and that car ended up in Puerto Rico, and this guy from Franklin, Pennsylvania, discovered this car and acquired it. And the story of how he got it and where it is today is pretty fascinating.
I love it.
We'll share that.
So it's
later.
back in the U.S.
Oh, it's been back, and in his possession. He's been offered. Garth Brooks offered him $1.5 million on the spot.
Whoa! This must be some car.
He said no. Yeah.
When are we going to find out about this?
9:00.
Great.
So if you're busy now, you can always listen back on our free Odyssey app. AUDACY, that you can download and take us with you wherever you go. The Pope is a Chicago native, first American Pope, and he is a Chicago White Sox fan. Did you hear about the promotion?
I not only heard about it, I saw it, and when I saw what was going on, I laughed out loud.
They gave everybody in the stadium, I think it was 40,000 plus.
This is at a White Sox home game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pope hats. I don't know what the official...
Well, it's a mitre. It's called a mitre. It's the funny hat, but then they had a White Sox logo right in the front of it.
Right. With the tassels.
Right.
And so the players had them on in the dugout. But think about this. The White Sox went from last place to playing phenomenal baseball, and it wasn't until the Pope was named Pope from Chicago. So they're saying they're doing all this miraculous stuff.
Divine intervention, right?
So they had this nun who posts social media, positive affirmation, spiritual stuff all the time on the internet. She's pretty popular. And she threw out the first pitch. And she's in her habit.
Oh, I love that.
And she did a trick with the ball where, you stand on the mound and they announce and you do the first pitch. Well, she popped the ball in the middle of her arm. She threw it up, popped it up, caught it, and threw it.
Oh, I love that.
And the place went nuts.
She played ball, see? I think it would be great if the White Sox would, invite nuns to the game and give them, really prominent seats, like a luxury box or down in the front row.
Behind
and you
home
got
plate.
right, and when you look at from behind the pitcher, all you see is habits.
That's a great idea.
I think that would be fun.
I saw at a Pirates game once, there was a group of nuns, and they were in their formal habits back then, and they were so kind and welcoming and warm. They were given a suite to use, and I was working for a station back then, different one. And so this is a while ago. This is Three Rivers Stadium. And they were so sweet. And then the game started. And then they started, oh, come on.
There we go.
What kind of call is that? And
that's what we like to hear.
They got kind of rough.
Hey, speaking of sweet, nice, and wonderful, I want to just use my little bit of time here to make a plug for my favorite nuns of all time, the Little Sisters of the Poor. Man, are they cool.
John Cigna, the late host of this very show, was a huge supporter of them. He used to have the Cigna Riders, and we called it the miracle of the spaghetti breakfast because the Sisters of the Poor wear all white habits. And at no time for 36 years did they get a spot of red sauce on their habits.
Nope.
So
but they would come and collect donations. And that's how they operate their homes for the elderly poor. They collect donations from all over the place, and volunteers show up to help out. It's one of the great ministries here in Pittsburgh.
They're so sweet, and they bring us goodies periodically.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
And here's the thing. One of the nuns got in big trouble because Cigna gave her a ride on a motorcycle in her habit. She got...
That wasn't the look they were looking for.
She got a talking to by the Mother Superior. Yes, that's not the look. But it was fun. So, little Hell's Angels actions.
I love your story about the opening pitch. That's great.
You got to see the video. Well,
I'll look for it.
We'll get Casey to share it.
Thank you.
And one more note about the Sisters of the Poor. So you're a half person from everybody in Pittsburgh. Bill Hillgrove, who we're going to talk to at 8 o'clock this morning about the Steelers and the Pirates. His wife's brother, the late Jimmy Sapienza. By the way, his mother-in-law saved the history of KDKA radio by blocking a bulldozer that was going to knock down the original garage where Dr. Frank Conrad broadcast.
Oh, right, yeah.
Just like Tiananmen Square.
Yeah.
So Jimmy Sapienza,
who sang at the breakfast every year.
And he used the same joke, and it was funny every time he did it. He said, if we do this right this morning, the Little Sisters of the Poor will now be known as Little Sisters of the Upper Middle Class. In other words, if you raise enough money, they won't be Sisters of the Poor. They'll be... I liked it.
Get your free spaghetti breakfast and give until it hurts, right?
I kind of miss doing that.
Yeah,
we did it every
too.
September.
Yep.
That was genius. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here is our sister. Our sister of many sorrows.
Yes, I am. Often. Usually related to what's going on out on the roads. And I have a sorrowful note right now, Larry. My first accident of the morning here is bedeviling those of you who are trying to head eastbound or outbound on the Parkway East from the point up past the on-ramp from Grant Street out toward the Oakland off-ramp, Forbes Avenue. Looks like we have crews on the scene there. You have slowdowns in that area, so take it easy as you're coming off of the inbound Fort Pitt Bridge and heading eastbound on 376. You'll find the the slowdowns quickly gathering as you travel under the Liberty Bridge overpass there. Parkway East on the inbound ride is bumper to bumper at Edgewood Swissvale. No accidents on the Parkway West, just the usual shenanigans, and they're backing you to the top of Green Tree Hill before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:35. I'm Edlin Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Comer and Cross and their end-of-year garage sale going on right now. No, they're not having a sale in their garage. They are hooking you up with the garage floor of your dreams, just like they did for me. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. I get to do that every night, and you can too. A garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, never crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint would. Comer and Cross, these are pros. Not a fly-by-night organization. They're never pushy. They listen to you and your needs. Over 2,000 five-star reviews. They'll fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. And right now you can schedule them for their end-of-year garage sale. You'll get the best price of the year guaranteed. And on top of that, 50% off installation. And my installation took 1 day. So in 1 day, you can have a new garage floor. Easy call, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule online at COMERcross.com.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com or call 724-444-5568. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
66 with a few clouds at Pittsburgh International. 6:30 now. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A letter written by a baseball fan in 1947 was recently discovered by his daughter and then published by the Post-Gazette. Eileen Coliano shared her story with KDK's Colin Dunlap Wednesday, and Paul Alexander has more.
A clerk at U.S. Steel who had polio as a 10-year-old kid and couldn't pursue his dream of being a Major League Baseball player typed a letter to Pirate star Ralph Kiner. Rather than being bitter toward the game he couldn't play, he was a huge fan, and he tried to encourage Kiner after he went hitless in both ends of a doubleheader against Cincinnati.
He expressed real caring because Ralph was booed unfairly by Pirates fans, and my dad actually wrote, "Ralph, I was embarrassed to be a Pittsburgher that day."
Kiner appreciated the letter and sent a handwritten note thanking Eileen's dad for his support. And while he never did play the game he loved, he did manage to walk despite having polio. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports. Carmen Mlodzinski allowed 4 runs in under 3 innings last night in an 8-2 Pirates loss to the Marlins. Today's game is on KDKA Radio, and our coverage starts at 12:15. Steelers quarterback Will Howard knows the pressure is on for tonight's preseason game. Here's KDKA Radio's Jeff Hathhorn.
Few, if any, on the field tonight for the Steelers' preseason opener with the Packers will have more pressure than quarterback Will Howard. He missed games last year due to injury and needs a strong showing to stay on the roster.
I'm excited to get out there and experience it. I know everyone says preseason isn't real football, but to me it is, and I'm gonna treat it as such and go out there and make the most out of my reps because I know it is important.
Mike McCarthy's first game as Steelers coach kicks at 7 on KDKA TV. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathhorn, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 6:31. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. 412-766-6600. Our next update at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
To push through your next tough workout, turn up the volume. A study from the University of Jyväskylä in Finland shows that listening to your favorite fast-tempo music boosts exercise endurance by nearly 20%. The study is published in Psychology of Sport and Exercise. Exercisers lasted over 35 minutes with music compared to under 30 minutes in silence. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Selling your home shouldn't be stressful or take months to do. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, you skip the showings and repairs and get right to the closing table. For a quick, fair cash offer, visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
635 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. So the ride on the outbound or eastbound city side, as we call it, of the Parkway East is complicated for you. This morning, we're looking out live with the PennDOT cameras as an accident is in the left lane. So this is between the Grant Street on-ramp and interchange and the outbound off-ramp for Forbes Avenue and Oakland. Traffic is moving and getting by in 2 lanes, but obviously there's a slowdown for you there, so you want to take it easy. If that's part of your commute, the Parkway West inbound, not easy at all. It's backing with brake lights at the top of Green Tree Hill before the Fort Pitt tunnels. If you're headed out toward the airport this morning on westbound 376, that's the better ride, moving nicely from the Golden Triangle to Pittsburgh International Airport. 28's getting a little bit of a slowdown around the Shaler Waterworks area. Inbound on the Parkway East, you're lining up between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 645. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid today. Clouds, some intervals of sunshine. A slight chance of an afternoon thunderstorm. Most of the day will be rain-free or high 82. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid. There can be a late-night shower, though 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 66 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Coming up this weekend, something very special, the inaugural Keystone State Cup. And we are excited to introduce you to 16-year-old junior golfer from Canon McMillan High School. His name is Henry Mansue. There's always a Pittsburgh connection. I've known his grandfather, Les Botkin, for many years. They're great partners with us. And Henry, it's in your blood to be a great golfer. You know that.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Richard. Thank you so much for having me on the radio this morning.
So tell us about the Keystone State Cup. I think it's interesting, especially who you're going to be playing against this weekend, including Ben Roethlisberger?
Right. Yes, that's right.
That's Ben's
Yeah.
son, Ben.
Yes, correct.
All right, tell us how this all came together.
So I was raising some money last year for the Jack Nicklaus Children's Healthcare Foundation, and I wanted to come up with an idea to not only raise even more, but have a lot of fun with it. So I came up with this idea through the AJGA, which runs these state cups all throughout the country, but there's not yet one in Pittsburgh. And so I thought, how can I bring together some friends and raise as much money as possible while also having as much fun as possible? And that's how this all came to be. And we've raised over $50,000 total for the tournament, and I'm super grateful for all of the kids or all of the players' support through this whole tournament.
Yeah, and this will be Saturday and Sunday, the club at Nevillewood, 24 the top junior golfers from across Pennsylvania. And the exciting part is the fact that you generated this out of just an idea. And as you just mentioned, over $50,000 raised for the charities that will benefit. So explain how a Ryder Cup style competition goes.
So it's very similar to a Ryder Cup format. We're altering it a tiny bit, just to make it a little more fun. So the first day will be a 2:00 start, and we will be in teams of 2. So we'll play in foursomes, and it is going to be a scramble format. So I think that's a lot more fun than, say, alternate shot or something like that. And then, of course, the second day, the exciting part is going to be the singles matches. So that's gonna decide the most important thing, which is the outcome of the tournament.
Well, I can't think of a better way to combine your willingness to help this charity and charities, by the way, and also your passion for golf. How old were you when you started golfing? And I know your pap obviously provided you with some home cooking lessons.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I first hit a golf ball when I was probably 4 or 5 years old, but I really started taking it seriously around 10 or 11. Started playing every weekend or started playing in competitions.
Boy, I could use some lessons, but you're going to be busy this weekend. We'll talk in the future, though. I know you're getting ready to go out even this morning to practice, but good luck. Where can people donate or get more information?
They can get more information on the Leadership Links website. They can go to my name on the AJGA Leadership Links website, and they can find out more about what this whole charitable thing is. Yes.
The inaugural Keystone State Cup, you can go to leadershiplinks.org/Keystone Cup 26. Henry Mansue, tell your pap I said hello, and good luck this weekend. Great job.
I will. Thank you so much.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hope is not a strategy. Investments are not a retirement strategy. Market volatility, rising taxes, healthcare costs can quietly erode a lifetime of savings if you're not prepared. This is Brian Quaranta at Secure Money Advisors. We're helping families every day create structured retirement income plans designed for clarity, stability, and long-term confidence. To learn more, you can claim a copy of my book, Right Track Your Retirement, at righttrackpittsburgh.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
A true spa bathroom isn't just about water pressure. It's about the view. Make your shower the crown jewel of your home with a custom frameless glass enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799. See the difference at boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
August is here, and before summer slips away, Bowser Hyundai wants you to have one last getaway. Take a look at the all-new 2026 Hyundai Elantra during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. With a bold design and impressive fuel economy, it's built for every adventure, big or small. And right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, you can lease a 26 Elantra SE for just $159 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
645 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And the rush hour is really getting underway and getting slower for you. On 28 southbound, you're finding some delays between the 40th and 31st Street bridges there. Parkway North continues to roll well, and the HOV lanes are open for you. 79 is zipping along through the district right now, so no problems there. But the Parkway West inbound does have slow traffic for you beginning at the top of Green Tree Hill. Once you come through those Fort Pitt tunnels and try to head eastbound or outbound on the Parkway East, do watch for crews still clearing an earlier accident from the left lane between the Grant Street interchange and the off-ramp for Forbes Avenue and Oakland. Traffic's getting by, but you could have folks jamming on the brakes as they pass it. Parkway East inbound is slow between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we're looking at a high of 82 today. Pretty humid right now. 66 degrees, the current temp. 67 overnight. A slight chance of a shower, but otherwise doesn't look like any big storms into the weekend, maybe Sunday. And we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, there are some patches of fog headed out the door.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform. All your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Allegheny County may be closer to regular property reassessments after Wednesday's Government Review Commission meeting.
The GRC voted unanimously to release a draft plan calling for reassessments every 4 years, the first year of every county executive's term.
Well, this will go over with the fan base like a lead balloon.
Well, I'm, thinking that this is just one review commission decision.
Right. It's not in stone. It's a suggestion of how to do this with the support of the county executive.
What are the pluses and minuses of this to you as a property owner in Allegheny County?
Well, now that you live in Butler County, you enjoy a whole different tax base. But I think for a lot of people, the concern is doing it equitably. And for people who are on a fixed income and have owned their homes for a long period of time, it seems really unfair to compare them with big new construction that may be nearby, and you're going to force people out of their homes when the goal is to get as many people in homes as possible. So how do you regulate that? Understanding that you got to pay taxes, and also understanding that the tax base that you pay Allegheny County on property is a lot less than you're paying the school districts in the region too. So it's not popular with people, and they do have appeals process, but it's a process.
Wegmans is breaking ground today on its first store in the Pittsburgh region up in Cranberry Township. This is a kind of an important day in a lot of ways in the grocery chain industry.
Think about, and we've talked about Cranberry in southern Butler County, which a lot of businesses obviously have chosen to be.
Yeah, this groundbreaking is going to be just to the other side of the Lemieux Sports Complex.
Yeah, it's a tenth of a mile. It's right next to it.
Yeah.
Right. It's, I guess, much heralded around the nation as if for people who have these stores. But what makes them so special?
I guess we'll find out. I know some people really rave about their prepared foods. Seems that that's a big part of their business. They get high satisfaction scores from customers. But the market is changing. In the last 10 years, people have been gravitating more toward, better pricing. So you're seeing the Trader Joe's of the world go up the list on customer satisfaction, for example. And here in Pittsburgh, this is just one of several seismic things that are going on. We have the Kroger buyout of Giant Eagle, and we also have Meijer coming into the market, just down 228 from where the new Wegmans is going to be.
They just acquired Anthony's Coal-Fired Pizza. There are 4 locations in the region. The only one that closed was the one of the lease in Cranberry. They acquired their liquor license, Meijer did, for their future store.
They're going to sell beer and wine out of there.
Cranberry is really the ground zero of when it comes to grocery shopping. You have Giant Eagle's headquarters there, right across 228 from where the Lemieux Center is. You've got a super Walmart up the street. You've got a Costco. You've got Shop and Save. You've got
Aldi.
Two Giant Eagles there.
Yeah.
You've got Fresh Time.
Yeah.
You've got Fresh Market. You've got multiple Sheets and Kogos.
Shop and Save.
Shop and Save. And now you'll have Wegmans and Myers, all within a very small, tight group.
Yeah. What do they all have in common? They all have in common what? That they know where to go in terms of where there's the most new housing going up and household income levels are high. That's what they're chasing. That's the market they're after.
And let's not forget Target. They sell a lot of grocery items now too. They have a giant Target right there, like a mile down the road.
So this groundbreaking has, for me, a lot more significance than just the fact that there's a new store coming to town. When you look at what's going on in the grocery business, and who's number one in our market, by the way? Do you know who's number one in sales in our market?
It has
in the Pittsburgh market.
No, but I'll find out. It's
Walmart.
Changed. Is it?
It's Walmart. Yep, they passed up Giant Eagle a year or two ago.
And Giant Eagle now with this Kroger deal will remain Giant Eagles, but the promise is because Kroger in their footprint has the lowest prices.
Yeah,
so
they're so big they can get good buys that the Giant Eagle can't get until they merge with Kroger.
So pricing, all of this should benefit the consumer here.
Let's hope.
In terms of the competition will force all of these outlets to get their prices as low as they possibly can, and ultimately that benefits everybody.
Yeah, and who among us, Larry, hasn't noticed wherever you shop how much more we're paying?
Amen.
Yep. Hey, it might be just a preseason game. I mean, Aaron Rodgers says it's not real football, but for a Greenfield native, tonight's going to have meaning.
Mike, I know it's your first game, no preseason game or not, first game here in Pittsburgh. Was that excited as Will Howard is excited?
Yeah, yes, definitely. It'll definitely mean a lot more Thursday, like I said, when I'm driving into the stadium. So,
what a thought.
There's about 7,000 people from Greenfield who are going to be mighty proud tonight, right?
You know, just him saying the feeling he's going to have driving to Acrisure from Greenfield. Well, I don't know. I guess they're still coming from camp, but you know what I'm saying.
No, he's going to be going there with the support of a lot of people who are, want to see him do well.
Yeah. Take away everything for a moment. Just think of young guy grows up in Greenfield, coaches a Super Bowl champion Green Bay Packer team, leads the Dallas Cowboys to 12-4 records and appearances and comes home with a chance. Hey, Mike, get us that Lombardi. We need that 7th.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
It's a great story,
right?
It's a great story. And I'm being at his parents' house for a period of time when he moved back. Hey, Mom, can you wash my clothes? That's Pittsburgh. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. That's Pittsburgh, Ellen.
Oh, indeed. It'll be fun to watch tonight for sure. So getting to that point where you can start to think about this evening's festivities on the North Shore, just trying to get through your morning. You have delays on the Parkway East inbound between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale as you make your way to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Earlier outbound accident on the city side of the Parkway East between Grant Street and the Forbes Avenue off-ramp has been cleared, so things are rolling well there once again. But getting to that point coming from the Parkway West, you have backups that greet you at the top of Green Tree Hill before the Fort Pitt tunnels. And behind the Liberty tunnels, things are definitely on the build as well. We have some heavier traffic as you're approaching the intersection with Bousman on 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard northbound. And we do have West Liberty Avenue stacking a bit as well as you approach Pioneer. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:05. I'm Ellen Campbell on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
65 and partly cloudy skies at 7 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Pittsburgh Controller Rachel Heisler continues to raise questions about how the city used COVID relief money. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has the story.
In her third audit on the use of the funds, Heisler focuses on the Urban Redevelopment Authority and 2023 and 2024 funding for Avenues of Hope, the Streeteries Outdoor Dining Program, and Broadway Avenue development. Not helping, a lack of standardized document retention, meaning when project managers left, so did their documents.
But think about it where you work, and if someone comes and goes, the organization can still stand, and you can still, have access to your organizational records, and that's not happening right now.
Because of that, for example, there's nothing to show Streeteries recipients made matching contributions as required, and the URA has also been unresponsive to requests about $153,000 related to Broadway Avenue, so they can't verify the invoices on the project are even accurate. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
The man and woman found shot to death Wednesday morning in Northview Heights have been identified. 30-year-old Shaylin Moore and 24-year-old Mark Jones were found inside a Northview Heights Estates apartment. Also inside the residence, 4 children ranging in age from 7 to 11 years old. They were unharmed but taken to UPMC Children's Hospital for evaluation. That deadly incident in the 100 block of Hazlitt Street was apparently a murder-suicide. Wegmans is breaking ground today on its first store in the Pittsburgh region in Cranberry Township next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex. That 115,000 square foot store is expected to employ around 450 people and will open next fall. This is one of 3 major developments in the grocery sector. Meijer is also planning to build a location in Cranberry, and last month, Kroger announced plans to purchase Giant Eagle for $1.65 billion. Panther Hollow Bridge is set to reopen to traffic tomorrow morning. There's a ribbon cutting for that this afternoon. The bridge reopens at 7 a.m. on Friday. The link between Oakland and Squirrel Hill was closed in 2024 after an inspection uncovered structural issues. More than $2 million in repairs on the Panther Hollow Bridge began last February. And last night's Pony League World Series championship game between Washington County and Chinese Taipei was canceled. Continued unplayable conditions after days of downpours at Lou Hayes Field gets the blame. In a statement, organizers said that with the visiting team scheduled to leave this morning, they thought it was unreasonable to ask families to pay for flight changes and extended hotel stays. Powerball tickets sold in Illinois matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning the jackpot of just over $1 billion. It's the largest Powerball prize so far this year, and it is the 8th largest in Powerball's history. KDKA Sports, Marlins 8, Pirates 2 last night. Pittsburgh and Miami will finish that series today. The game is on KDKA Radio. Pregame starts at 12:15. And this Black and Gold training camp update is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and OliverFlowers.com. With a preview of tonight's first game for the Steelers' new head coach, here's KDKA Radio's Jeff Hathhorn.
These games don't count. However, it's the first time for Greenfield's Mike McCarthy to walk onto a field in Pittsburgh as the Steelers' head coach. He said it would hit him on the drive to the stadium, but he has work to do.
Let's get them prepared to play in the preseason game. I'm excited to see our young guys. I'm excited to go out there for the first time. I'm excited to walk out on the stadium. So, that's definitely real. But I'm really just trying to focus on keep moving the needle.
Steelers-Packers on KDKA TV at 7. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathhorn, News Radio KDKA.
The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. And by the elder law attorneys of Julie and Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. KDKA Radio News Time, 7:04. Time to call Coit during their incredible indoor-outdoor cleaning sale. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT today and save 35% off all Coit cleaning services. 65 and partly cloudy now. AAA traffic and AccuWeather next.
Thanks, Paul. Big announcement that involves a local university and potential for expansion. Make that announcement next.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival just southeast of Pittsburgh is back. August 22nd and 23rd is opening weekend.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets at PittsburghRenFest.com.
7:05 KDKA from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest on the commute with Ellen Gamble.
All right, thanks, Larry. And as we look out live over the PennDOT cameras, we're seeing a lot of brake lights in a couple of spots. Parkway East, one of them. You're lining up at the Wilkinsburg interchange ahead of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West inbound is heavy for you. As you crest the top of Green Tree Hill, the really big backups begin right around that Parkway Center Mall overpass before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Of course, the parking lots open on the North Shore at 2 p.m. for tonight's Steelers game. So finding a spot could be a bit tight and more costly there. And of course, for the daylight parkers, that means the event rates are in effect. You might want to consider looking over in the Golden Triangle to find a spot to park for tonight's game and then take the T across the river. Of course, the evening traffic for the rush hour could be more slow go as Steeler game bound traffic mixes in with our evening rush hour. So just a heads up there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some intervals of sun today, warm and humid. There may be a thunderstorm in the area this afternoon, but most places stay dry. The high today, 82. Tonight will be warm and humid, partly to mostly cloudy skies with a late night shower, low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 65 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Big day and night in Pittsburgh and a big moment and opportunity. With anchorman Paul Rasmussen, let me introduce you to the president of Point Park University, Chris Purcellus, and the mayor of Bradenton, Florida, Gene Brown. Gentlemen, coming to us from FLA. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I am very excited about the potential that's going on, and for many years, we have been sister cities with Bradenton, and of course, that's a footprint for the Pirate Spring Training and so many other connections in Bradenton. And Mayor, I know you and your team are excited. And Chris, I don't want to steal your thunder. Tell us what the potential in the future is for Point Park and Bradenton.
Yeah, well, about 9 months ago, the mayor sent a delegation to meet with me in Pittsburgh and talked about the amazing growth that they're having in Bradenton. I think it's the fastest growing city, right, Mayor, in the state of Florida, and one of the top 10 in the U.S. And explained that you're making some significant investments in downtown Bradenton, developing a cultural district and building a new K-12 conservatory school. And so they asked, hey, could Point Park somehow, rub shoulders with us and maybe look at some opportunities together. And, they really admired, obviously, our conservatory performing arts and what we were doing in downtown Pittsburgh. So I think, Mayor, that was a hook to get us down there and to really see your vision. And I think it's an incredible opportunity for us to consider another location in Bradenton, Florida. Yeah, definitely, Larry. And I think it's something that when you look at our urban core and what we've decided to do since I've become mayor 6 years ago and really try to grow what we can be as a city, and the relationship, obviously, with the Pirates since 1969, other situations that have happened with the regatta when it came down here, and just seeing the great relationship with Pittsburgh, I think is a natural fit to bring Point Park down here with the opportunity to really work that now and see what we can do for our city to keep that growing.
One of the parts I think most exciting is, as you know, Mayor, and you've gotten to meet Chris, he's a visionary and has expanded the footprint of Point Park University on so many different levels right now, and the potential of a branch campus with an emphasis on Conservatory of Performing Arts right around your Avenue of the Arts is genius. I love this. You're going to be forced to come to Pittsburgh more, Mayor. And Chris, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go to Florida more, especially around January and February down the road.
That's a tough thing, but that's the opportunity that we have. And right away, we named Avenue of the Arts in 2021 when I became mayor to really show that thriving part of what we can be as an arts and culture district that started many, many years ago with the Bishop family and all of what they did to make Bradenton that possibility and to keep that growing. But no, it's my 6 years coming up to Pittsburgh and really seeing things and walking around downtown and see what Point Park has done with that and what Chris has done with his team and the visionary part of the business plan, which is what impresses me and what we're trying to do here in Bradenton. Well, I think it's a neat opportunity that, not only the impact that we're having now in downtown Pittsburgh, but, our vision is to be one of the most dynamic urban universities in America. And we have some very unique differentiated programs. And I think we have that opportunity to bring that to the residents of Bradenton. I think there's opportunities for, our students in Pittsburgh to have opportunities down here in Bradenton and vice versa. I think it's a true win-win for both communities.
Chris, I'm curious if you have a vision for this branch campus in Bradenton. How does it look to you right now?
It looks very, very promising. I mean, we're going through a process right now to do our due diligence. We've engaged a consultant to really understand the demand for our unique programs down here, to estimate the potential economic impact that we could have here and also, what it could bring to Pittsburgh. And then we have to go through a licensing process with the state of Florida. So we're working with the Florida Commission for Independent Education to do that, as well as with our accreditor, Middle States Commission on Higher Education.
You know, the Bradenton area has grown so much. I started 25 years ago when we would come annually to cover spring training naturally. So much more. IMG Academies there. The big question, though, Chris, is where will the Bob Pompiani statue be?
I think we're going to be looking for potential sites this afternoon, right?
Looking around, right. Checking everything out.
This is really exciting and would be a breakthrough opportunity. When do you think you'll know that it'll be a full green light?
I think in a few months we'll get some feedback from the state and from our accreditors. So we're gonna do it step by step. We're being very thoughtful about this because there's we want to do it right, and has potential to have amazing impact on future students and future generations.
Yeah, and I think it's important to know that it is step by step, and in the exploratory part, we all have our brands that we want to make sure that we continue to grow those brands and make sure that we set ourselves up to succeed. And that's the way the process has gone the whole time, and very proud to be a part of it.
Well, I would see it as a tremendous partnership for the future, and it would add another level and dimension. So keep up the great work, guys. But I want to share with Paul that I feel like I played a tiny role in this because I introduced Elliot Falcione, who's the executive director of the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors Bureau, a Pittsburgher by birth, has worked for the Pirates, spent over 30 years there, introduced him to Pittsburgher Bob Bizzelli, and I remember a conversation, and Bob said, I know the president of Point Park University. I got an idea, and all the work that you guys have done behind the scenes, this would be fantastic. So let us know when it's 100% go, but the future is bright.
We will.
We will. And thank you for all you do over all the years and coming down. And it's great to get to know you over the years.
Oh, I'll be coming back, Mayor. Don't worry. Or that's a warning, one of the two.
Yeah, good spring training time. Yep.
All right,
Thanks,
gentlemen,
Larry.
thank you. Safe travels back, Chris, and we'll catch you when you're back in the Berg.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, Larry.
All right, President of Point Park University, Chris Priscellis, and the Mayor of Bradenton, Gene Brown.
Larry, I started off living downtown for the first several years when I got here back in 2006, and I remember being impressed even back then with the footprint of Point Park. And in recent years, it's just exploded, but I would have never guessed that they would be looking at doing something in Bradenton.
This is exciting, and Chris is a real visionary. If you take a look at what they're doing here, Point Park, it's dynamic at a time when many universities are struggling. They are not. They're going the other way. Their trajectory is high. And one more side note, when I introduced Elliot to Bob Bizzelli, it turns out both their fathers police officers. And
no.
Elliot's father is still living, was a helicopter pilot also. It ends up he knew Bob's father, who had passed, and attended his funeral. I mean, that's Pittsburgh. That is so Pittsburgh. So potential branch campus, I think it's a bright future for both cities and really dynamic visionary work. 7:15 at KDKA from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. I know which branch I'd be going to, Alan. Especially for the winter session.
I got to tell you, as a proud Point Park alum
that's
here,
right.
I would be picking Bradenton, too.
I should have said, well, for those that don't know, when I mentioned Bob Pompiani, he is a proud graduate as well, along with Don Kelly, the manager of the Bucks. So there are many. Yes, yep. We'll find a place for your statue.
Oh, well, thanks. I don't know about all that, but nothing against Pittsburgh, but the weather's just a little bit nicer down south there. So, all right. So here we go with your drive for the Thursday morning commute. Coming inbound on the Parkway West, you have a lot of company stacking at the top of Green Tree Hill before the Fort Pitt tunnels. No accidents there, just the usual delays for you. Behind the Liberty tunnels, things are on the build too, backing between Edgebrook and Bousman, making your way to the inbound Liberty tunnels. The Route 19 trek coming out of Dormont Fremont and Mount Lebanon, kind of heavy on West Liberty Avenue there at the intersection with Pioneer Avenue. You're lining up on the Parkway East between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood. Swissvale coming inbound, 28 southbound's just a little bit heavy around the 31st Street Bridge. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
We do have some patchy fog in spots. Otherwise, mostly cloudy. We'll see a little sunshine and a slight chance of a shower, but 82 will be the high. 67 overnight, 80 tomorrow. We're at 65 at the airport.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin with Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks.
Hey, Calvin, you know that feeling when summer's finally on its way? Everybody's outside, grills are going.
Yeah, but that's when you notice what winter did to your home. The deck boards are warped, the roof's missing shingles, the siding's faded.
That's where we come in. No pressure, no surprises. Just good, honest work so you can enjoy the season that you earned.
We're ready when you are. Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
Coming up next, are you smarter than an anchor man? We need a lifeline for me. 866-391-1020. And for doing so, we're willing to make it worth your while. We have a $25 gift card to Coons Market. 866-391-1020. Are you smarter than an anchor man? Next.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Enjoy the great summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.79 a pound. In the produce department, red, ripe, seedless watermelons are $3.99 each. In our deli, Gugelsberg Swiss cheese, $5.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Snyder to Berlin potato chips, 7.75 to 8-ounce bags. Buy one, get one free.
It's happening at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Pittsburgh, are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen. A tribute to Queen is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 18th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets and don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, live. We'll see you there.
7:20 from the KDKA Radio News Desk, Paul Rasmussen.
So you're going to find out how a letter from a baseball fan written back in 1947 to one of the Pirates wound up being republished in the Post-Gazette recently, and it was a topic of discussion yesterday with Colin Dunlap here on KDKA Radio. We've got all of what ties that together in 10 minutes on The Voice of Pittsburgh.
All baseball. If you build it, they will come.
Time now for Are You Smarter Than an Anchor Man? 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Every Thursday at this time, we take our producer, Casey Irwine, turn him into a game show host for Are You Smarter Than an Anchor Man? He's got a set of 3 questions, multiple choice, and I have the choice of having a lifeline. It looks like Nick in Cranberry. Hi, Nick.
Good morning.
Are you ready for this? You focused?
I'm focused.
It's game day, baby. Let's go. All right. What's the theme here today, Casey?
Well, I don't know if you knew this, but this week just so happens to be Elvis week. So we have Elvis-themed questions.
Yeah, because he passed in August
of 1977
at 42 years old.
All right.
Let us have it.
It's going to be some fun, good stuff we got going on here.
All right.
Dreams come true in blue Hawaii.
On On January 14th, 1973, Elvis made entertainment history with his legendary concert Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. It was the first worldwide live satellite broadcast by a single performer. Roughly how many people around the world did RCA tuned in to watch? A, 50 million, B, 250 million, or C, 1 to 1.5 billion?
Paul?
Who goes first? Do
You
I?
do, yeah,
I'll take a 50 million.
Nick, what are you thinking, brother?
I'm thinking the same way, A.
All right, we'll go with A too.
The answer was C.
No.
Yes. That's what RCA put out. It's estimated more likely the actual number was 250 million. So either way.
Either way we lose is what you're trying to say.
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, it's even. I'll go first this time. What the?
In you'll understand. You'll understand. In 1957, filming on Elvis's iconic movie Jailhouse Rock, it was abruptly halted for an emergency medical procedure. What bizarre incident actually happened to Elvis on set? A, he tried to do a slide across the polished prison floor, caught his belt buckle, and ripped his entire costume completely in half. B, he inhaled his own porcelain tooth cap during a slide, which lodged in his lung and required surgery. Or C, his pet chimpanzee named Scatter escaped from his handler and bit Elvis on the knee.
Nick, it's all you, brother.
Well, I'm going with A again.
Okay, Paul.
Well, I like that. I like the C answer. It's probably wrong, but it's plus the sound effects got me convinced. Yeah. I'm going with C.
It was a trick. Neither of you got it. It was B.
Oh God!
It was the porcelain tooth cap.
Oh wow!
Still tied.
An emergency procedure for that. Wow.
Yep.
How's Rob, baby?
All right.
One for the money.
It all comes down to this now. You're both tied 0-0. You're doing great. I promise.
Elvis has definitely left the building.
On December 31st, 1976, Elvis performed a legendary marathon New Year's Eve concert at Pittsburgh's Civic Arena in front of over 16,000 fans. What historic milestone made this specific concert legendary in Elvis history? A, it was the longest single concert performance of his entire career. C, it was his final performance before his passing in 1977. Or D, it was the only concert where he played the drums for an entire song.
What was the month and year again? This was 1976?
This was New Year's Eve, 1976.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'll go with A.
Nick.
I'm sticking with A.
You're an A guy. That's a triple A for you. All right, Case.
All right. Well, you are both correct. It is A. So you are tied. But we have a tiebreaker.
What's the tiebreaker?
Nick, call it in the air.
Nick, stay focused.
Call it in the air. Get ready. I'm about to flip the coin.
Heads or tails?
There it goes.
Heads.
And
heads? He
Nick,
said heads.
I know.
Don't you know?
It was, in fact, tails.
All right.
So Paul wins.
Paul wins off the coin flip.
But Nick, you were brilliant. I don't know. It sounds like you're outside with the birds. You get a $25 gift card to Coons Market, and we appreciate you playing the game. Triple A, Nick.
It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it every morning.
All right, man. Appreciate you listening. Have a great weekend.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Are you smarter than an anchor man on a coin flip in overtime? Paul Rasmussen
somehow
wins.
Or another.
You pulled it out again.
I wonder if Nick feels like Josh Allen.
Great question. Great questions again, Casey. I get a kick out of how you put this together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Nice job, Case. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Alan Gamble.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we have plenty of delays for you coming from the eastern suburbs. It looks like things are getting a little bit slower for you as you travel Route 22 between 286 and the main intersections with 48 and the ramps to the Pennsylvania Turnpike coming toward Monroeville this morning. No accidents in your way, just the usual delays. Once we get past all of that, you're lining up on the Parkway East right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. Parkway West inbound is slow go most of the way down the front side of Green Tree Hill. Sorry to say about that. Route 19 West Liberty Avenue coming out of Dormont and Mount Lebanon is now heavy between Brookside and Pioneer. 51 northbound stacks between Edgebrook and Bousman. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Comer and Cross and their end-of-year garage sale going on right now. No, they're not having a sale in their garage. They are hooking you up with the garage floor of your dreams, just like they did for me. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. I get to do that every night, and you can too. A garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, never crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint would. Comer and Cross, these are pros, not a fly-by-night organization. They're never pushy. They listen to you and your needs. Over 2,000 five-star reviews. They'll fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. And right now you can schedule them for their end-of-year garage sale. You'll get the best price of the year guaranteed. And on top of that, 50% off installation. And my installation took 1 day. So in 1 day, you can have a new garage floor. Easy call, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule online at COMERcross.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com or call 724-444-5568.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
65 and partly cloudy at 7:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Pittsburgh landmark is glowing again. The new Granada Theater's iconic marquee is back on. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details in the newsroom.
After more than 50 years in the dark, the Hill District Landmark celebrated the ribbon-cutting ceremony and the completion of Phase 1 of its restoration yesterday. Led by the Hill Community Development Corporation, the project includes a first-floor cafe, lounge, and commercial kitchen, a second-floor event space that can hold up to 900 people, and a University of Pittsburgh Community Engagement Center. Phase 2 of the revitalization is already underway. The historical New Granada Theater is not just a name, it is Black history. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A letter written by a baseball fan in 1947 was recently discovered by his daughter and then published by the Post-Gazette. Eileen Coliano shared her story with KDK's Colin Dunlap on Wednesday, and Paul Alexander has more.
A clerk at U.S. Steel who had polio as a 10-year-old kid and couldn't pursue his dream of being a Major League Baseball player typed a letter to Pirate star Ralph Kiner. Rather than being bitter toward the game he couldn't play, he was a huge fan, and he tried to encourage Kiner after he went hitless in both ends of a doubleheader against Cincinnati.
He expressed real caring because Ralph was booed unfairly by Pirates fans, and my dad actually wrote, "Ralph, I was embarrassed to be a Pittsburgher that day."
Kiner appreciated the letter and sent a handwritten note thanking Eileen's dad for his support. And while he never did play the game he loved, he did manage to walk despite having polio. Paul Alexander, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Sports. The Marlins beat the Pirates 8-2 last night. Game 3 of the series is on KDKA Radio today. Coverage begins at 12:15. A rookie wide receiver is getting his big opportunity during tonight's Steelers preseason game. KDK Radio's Jeff Hathorn has that.
Not needing to see anything from the top two receivers, look for rookie Jeremy Bernard to get extended reps tonight.
I'm excited. You know, it's a first preseason game, first NFL game. I'm excited. I've been dreaming about this my whole life, and so I'm just ready to go do it.
The second-round pick keeps growing and loves working with Aaron Rodgers.
I just cherish that. I value that, and I'm just going to continue to, take heed of that because, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play with, MVP.
Steelers-Packers, 7 o'clock on KDKA TV. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 7:32. Time to call Metropolitan Windows. Save 20% off their exclusive Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows. 412-655-8411. Our next update at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
August is here and there's still plenty of summer left to explore with Bowser Hyundai. Now's the perfect time to upgrade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, you can get 0% for 60 months or 1.9% for 72 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranties. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. 7:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by, speaking of Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
28 stretch is now picking up some delays for you. As you come southbound, you might find yourself on and off the brakes around the Shaler Waterworks area. Traffic eases up, but then it's heavy again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, making your way toward the North Shore or into downtown. Parkway West on the inbound ride has slow-go traffic for you most of the way down the front side of Green Tree Hill, heading toward those Fort Pitt tunnels. Behind the Liberty tunnels, 51 northbound stacks between Edgebrook and Bousman. West Liberty Avenue is heavy between Brookside and Pioneer. Plenty of brake lights for you on the Parkway East inbound. That begins for you with bumper-to-bumper at the Wilkinsburg interchange as you make your way toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid with clouds and some sun. There may be a thunderstorm in spots this afternoon, the high 82. Partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid tonight with a late night shower in places, the low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We're at 65 under a cloudy sky.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Got pets? Dr. Mike is in the house with the Big K Morning Show.
Presented by Coons Market, featuring a pet section packed with everything your furry family needs.
And every Thursday at this time, we look forward to checking in with the good Dr. Mike Hutchinson of Animal General, LaSalle Plaza in Cranberry. Doc, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good. Getting ready, I'm sure, for a busy day that you have at the office with your friends, your little furry friends.
Yep.
And so we won't keep you too long from your appointments. So let's start with a question from Steve in Whitehall. Dr. Mike, our cat runs into the room when we make the bed and immediately disappears underneath the covers. Is that harmless fun, or should we be careful or concerned?
You know, I call that harmless fun. You know, moving sheets are exciting for a cat, and the covers, they make a great hiding spot. So I would just make a habit of checking before you sit or smooth the bed down. We had a kitten that did that all the time. You would find her sleeping under the covers. It was just hysterical.
Dr. Mike, Laura in Gibsonia has another crazy cat question. It says that our cat waits until we turn the lights out, then starts batting one of her toys down the hallway. Why does playtime always begin when bedtime does?
Yeah, I know. Cats get most active at dawn and at dusk, and it's just in their nature. So bedtime can feel like prime hunting time for them. So a good hard play session before they go to bed can help settle them down, give them a snack, and keep the noisy toys, and I'd put them away overnight. But just giving some exercise before bedtime will help a lot. And then maybe you have to close the door to your room.
Colleen in Crafton wants to know, Doc, my dog gets very nervous when someone opens an umbrella and follows it around until they're putting it away. Why would an umbrella be so suspicious to a dog?
You know, that's funny. The things that dogs will get afraid of, some things we have trouble understanding because it's so harmless. But, you know, an umbrella that suddenly opens, it changes shape, moves kind of in a way that's strange to a dog. So I would always let them investigate it, let them smell it while it's closed, and then open it at a distance and then walk up to them and let them investigate it more. And I think that they'll calm down from that behavior. I think it's just the sudden movements of the umbrella. We pop it up and, you see this new shape, and that could be scary to some dogs. I think my dogs could care less. They'd probably say, hey, hang that over me.
Well, yeah, you have a whole menagerie, including that golden puppy of your son's and his wife. The old saying about follows you around like a puppy dog. Well, our dog does the same thing to my wife. Like wherever she goes, like, where are you going? Don't leave me. Don't go anywhere without me.
Yep. You go to the bathroom, they're right there laying down.
Yep.
All right, we'll let you get to surgery.
All right. Just appointments this morning.
Yeah, I appreciate you jumping on beforehand. Thanks, Doc. Hang on.
Not a problem. You guys have a great week.
You too. Take care. Dr. Mike, you can go to animalgeneral.net.
You know, Larry, I was watching last night just a little bit of social media, and one of the people I'm following now has an account called Norman the Wiener Dog. And so they're on their way. You can see Norman with his head out the window of the vehicle. They're on their way, and the owner says, Norman, are you ready to go see the Wienermobile? And so she took him to the Wienermobile, and he even got to go for a ride.
The Wiener Dog in the Wienermobile?
Yeah, I loved it.
That's great. Go to KDKA-radio.com, and you can find links to a lot of great information. But Dr. Mike he's been doing this with us for a long time. He's very, very in the know, and you could tell he really cares.
Well, he understands the behavior better than anyone I've talked to in the veterinary profession. He just seems to understand animal behavior on a whole new level. Yeah.
I'd love for him to come in and speak to our newsroom.
This is the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Soldiers and Sailors Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Krause.
Sergeant William J. Sweeney of Allegheny and Cumberland counties was awarded the Silver Star Medal for gallantry in Normandy on 7 June 1944. While advancing forward, Sergeant Sweeney noticed a wounded officer lying in an open field 400 yards away and braved intense enemy fire to rush to his aid. After administering treatment, Sergeant Sweeney returned over the fire-swept area to assist in the evacuation. Sergeant Sweeney's action undoubtedly resulted in the saving of the life of the wounded officer.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. For more information, visit soldiersandsailorshall.org.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
745 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks much, Larry. And the latest is we have some very heavy traffic for you if you're traveling I-70 this morning. This is just east of the Route 51 interchange. And, of course, as you're heading over toward the Smithton area and that bridge over the Yaak River, we're seeing a lot of slow-go traffic in both directions as you travel there. Also a little bit sluggish at times on 51 approaching that interchange. And then a little bit closer to downtown Pittsburgh, a lot more in terms of the delays. Parkway East on the inbound ride is bumper to bumper before the Wilkinsburg off-ramp all the way down to and through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. 28 has stop-and-go traffic most of the way between the Etna Bypass and the 31st Street Bridge. Not heavily backed, but definitely some slowdowns for you there. Parkway West inbound stacks at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway North still looks pretty great. No major problems for you on the main line. And a reminder, the HOV lanes are open for your commute. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. AccuWeather says few patches of fog, otherwise humid, a high of 82. Slight chance of a shower, 67 tonight. Looks pretty good for the Steelers-Packers game at Acrisure. 80 tomorrow. Kick off the weekend with some sun, and then Saturday looks like the pick of the week. Some sunshine and a high of 83. Next opportunity for some thunderstorms could come on Sunday. And we're at 65 degrees at Pittsburgh International.
These are the visionaries of Pittsburgh, the leaders who are changing our landscape, the leaders who are redefining our region. This is Leading Pittsburgh. Odyssey Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. and Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor.
In your seat, there's times when the full story isn't always told on things that you're doing. How do you handle
now that we're here at KDKA,
Yeah,
can I explain the actual story?
Exactly.
No, I mean, I think it's also different now. You know, you try to get to the media as best we can, and I think the one thing I will say that's been helpful, and my media team has done an amazing job, is putting out our schedule. You have a job, we have a job. You're going to have questions when we're at a groundbreaking about housing and it's about some other issue that popped up. But I think having the accessibility, being transparent, getting the message out there as best we can.
How important is that to you?
I think it's huge.
Yeah.
And I think, social media helps, but then it also, you have people on social media that aren't relaying the whole message, and people read that, so it's kind of
You've done an incredible job of being transparent and available. That's why I asked that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you have to, and I don't look at it because I think elected officials, you just do the best job you can. I think the comments on there will drive you crazy if you read them, because some are going to be anti whatever you do no matter what, and then others might not even live in Pittsburgh and just want to comment.
Leading Pittsburgh, only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Allegheny County may be closer to regular property reassessments. This is after Wednesday's Government Review Commission meeting.
The GRC voted unanimously to release a draft plan calling for reassessments every 4 years, the first year of every county executive's term.
Oh, good. That's what we have to look forward to if you're in Allegheny County, as the surrounding counties go, ha ha. Basically.
One of the things I thought was interesting in a recent story we did was a question that was asked about a possible merger between Mars Borough and Adams Township.
Yes.
And people in Adams were asking, will taxes go up? And the answer is they haven't raised taxes, I think, since 1994. And the reason that they're not is because it's growing. The growth is outpacing the need for the budget to be increased or the tax revenue to be increased. It's doing it on its own in the current setup. And I'm wondering, would that be an answer to maybe in Allegheny County? Is there a way for that to?
If they would merge even a fraction of the municipalities in Allegheny County, which is not happening, and keep in mind what you just said is Butler, we would be far better off to take advantage of, the shared services and the cost. But I don't know if that would lower property taxes.
Wegmans is breaking ground today on its first store in the Pittsburgh region. This is in Cranberry Township, right on the other side of the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex.
The mecca of all grocery chains, and you name it. They even have some fruit stands up there in Cranberry. I mean, you got everything within a very small footprint.
And as we're pointing out in one of our stories this morning, this is one of 3 major developments this year. The other one is Meijer, based out of Michigan, is planning a cranberry store off of 228. And then we also have the even bigger story of Kroger purchasing Giant Eagle for almost $1.5 billion.
And promising to lower prices. The competition overall will help the consumer, you would assume, by offering you more choices and better pricing.
So it might be just a preseason game. I think Aaron Rodgers said they're not real football. But a Greenfield native, tonight it's going to have meaning.
Mike, I know it's your first game, no preseason game or not, first game here in Pittsburgh. Was that excited as Will Howard is excited?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. It'll definitely mean a lot more Thursday, like I said, when I'm driving into the stadium. So,
Mike McCarthy, and most people do know he's from Greenfield. Very proud of his Pittsburgh roots.
I guess he's really, for us, the second best known from Greenfield, because ours would be Michael Bartley.
Michael Bartley, yes, who is the unofficial assistant head coach. One of our team members, Michael. But happy for him. Bottom line, though, is if you're a Steelers fan, McCarthy has a lot of experience, and he's put together quite a coaching staff. There's going to be a whole new offense, defensive scheme and plan, a lot of new faces on the roster. Many of the new faces you will see tonight and next Friday that you might never see again, but some stars will emerge, or the genesis of the future. That's hopefully these guys that are playing for their career and lives in many cases.
So when we come in tomorrow, there's some exciting plays to talk about.
I'm sure there will be. And by the way, the parking lots open at 2. The gates open at 5. Kickoff is at 7 at Acrisure Stadium tonight. You can see the game with Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on KDKA TV.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Anthropic is said to be in talks to buy Descartes AI for about $6 billion. Descartes makes so-called world models, which aim to simulate the physical world, as well as software that can reduce the cost of training artificial intelligence by helping chips work more efficiently. Stocks are trading near record highs as Wall Street looks ahead to this morning's producer price report for further clues on the path of Federal Reserve interest rates. The data can serve as a leading indication of consumer inflation. S&P futures are in the green. And backup cameras are supposed to make driving safer, but they're becoming a major source of headaches for car owners. Nearly 2,000 complaints have been filed with auto safety regulators over glitchy rear-view cameras. Meantime, automakers have recalled about 21 million vehicles for camera problems since the technology became mandatory 8 years ago. Faulty cameras have ranked in the top 10 most troublesome vehicle features every year since 2022. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And we have plenty of delays out there. It's kind of one of those things with, depending on where you go. Now, the Parkway North even getting into the game with a little bit of a slowdown for you approaching Bellevue Westview. But that's the least of our delays in the rush hour. And the commute on 28 is heavy by comparison. Southbound, you're sluggish through that southern portion of the Etna bypass. And then more stop than go as you head down past Millvale, the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Parkway West inbound is heavy at the front side of Green Tree Hill. And if you were thinking of using the West End as an alternative, you have slow-go traffic on 60 approaching South Main, and South Main is clogged through the West End Valley. Outbound on the Parkway West, you have sluggish traffic through that I-79 interchange. Parkway East is bumper to bumper at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
We're talking with Joe Sabulis from Highwood Cemetery about cemetery care. Joe, can you please explain your perpetual care fund to us?
Sure. A perpetual care fund is a trust established by cemeteries to ensure ongoing maintenance of burial grounds and mausoleums forever. We set aside 15% of the sale price of burial lots and other cemetery items. Income generated from this fund is used to cover costs like mowing lawns, road repair, and other essential upkeep after all the remaining burial plots have been sold.
So people with lots at Highwood Cemetery can be assured that there are sufficient funds to maintain the cemetery in the future.
Yes, at Highwood Cemetery, our perpetual care fund is in excess of $1 million. A third-party trustee, a fiduciary, is responsible for managing the fund. Everything your family has at Highwood Cemetery will be protected by our perpetual care fund.
You can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
Hi, thanks for calling Uline.
Wait, did the phone even ring?
Nope.
Oh, okay, so you answered before the ring. But now you're going to put me on hold, right?
We don't do that here. We're real people answering the phone, ready to help with your order when you are.
Uline has thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline, we warehouse for you.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
66 and partly cloudy skies at 8 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Pittsburgh landmark is glowing again. It's the new Granada Theater with an iconic marquee that is back on. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details in the newsroom.
Well, that's right, Paul. After more than 50 years in the dark, the Hill District Landmark celebrated the completion of Phase 1 of its restoration yesterday, led by the Hill Community Development Corporation. The project includes a first-floor cafe, lounge, and commercial kitchen, a second-floor event space that can hold up to 900 people, and a University of Pittsburgh Community Engagement Center. Phase 2 of the revitalization is already underway. The historical New Granada Theater is not just a name, it is Black history. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
Panther Hollow Bridge is set to reopen to traffic tomorrow morning. There's a ribbon cutting for that this afternoon. The bridge will reopen at 7 a.m. on Friday. This link between Oakland and Squirrel Hill was closed in 2024 after an inspection uncovered structural issues. More than $2 million in repairs on the Panther Hollow Bridge began last February. Pittsburgh Controller Rachel Heisler says the Urban Redevelopment Authority kept poor records on how it spent COVID relief funds in 2023 and 24. Heisler's audit found that when project managers left the URA, financial documentation disappeared.
It's reasonable for us to expect that records and documentation are retained so that we can tell the public where this money went.
Heisler says the lack of documentation means the city cannot account for more than $600,000 in spending into URA programs. Wegmans is breaking ground today on its first store in the Pittsburgh region in Cranberry Township. It's next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex. The 115,000 square foot store is expected to employ around 450 people and will open next fall. This is one of 3 major developments in the grocery sector. Meijer is planning to build a location in Cranberry, and last month Kroger announced plans to purchase Giant Eagle for $1.65 billion. A Powerball ticket sold in Illinois matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning the jackpot of just over $1 billion. This is the largest Powerball prize so far this year and the 8th largest in Powerball history. KDKA Sports Miami over the Pirates 8-2 last night. The series will wrap up today, and the game is on KDKA Radio. Pre-game show starts at 12:15. Steelers running back Eli Heidenreich is suiting up for his hometown team tonight. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has that.
A fan at Acrisure, drafted outside of Acrisure. Now Eli Heidenreich gets to play as a Pittsburgh Steeler at Acrisure Stadium.
It's an honor to just get out there and play in that stadium. I think that's the best way for me to put it. It's something that I have dreamed of for a long time, and I'm just excited to get out there.
A 7th-round pick from the Naval Academy, Heidenreich isn't focused on being a hometown story, rather making his hometown team.
I think maybe I'll take a moment afterwards, but while I'm getting there and in the game, I'm going to be focused up.
With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time 8:03. It's 66 and partly cloudy in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic and AccuWeather's forecast next.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
It's 8:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thank you much. And Larry, as we look out live with the PennDOT cameras over the area roads, seeing some heavy traffic as you come southbound on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, approaching the McKees Rocks Bridge, backing before the intersection there with Millerton Street, as you head down toward that intersection. The traffic is also heavy coming across the McKees Rocks Bridge most of the way, and northbound is also pretty congested approaching that same intersection. Parkway North, by comparison, is rolling well. 28 is heavy for you right around to that Shaler Waterworks area, and then again at Millvale down to the 31st Street Bridge. You'll line up on the Parkway West at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid today, clouds, some intervals of sunshine, a slight chance of an afternoon thunderstorm. Most of the day will be rain-free or high 82. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid. There can be a late-night shower, though 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. A lot of clouds, little sun trying to pinch through. We are at 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with anchorman Paul Rasmussen. And every Thursday at this time, we check in with the one and only Bill Hillgrove on our live stream at kdkradio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, our KDK Radio YouTube page, and now streaming on X. Bill, you're everywhere, partner. Good morning.
It's always great to be omnipresent.
Yes.
And with that, I must caution you that my barefoot skiing today will be limited because I'm fired up for the Steelers game.
You have seen and witnessed more football than anybody I know anywhere, and preseason games have changed tremendously over the years. It's really different now. So what are the coaches looking for throughout the course of these three preseason games, starting tonight with the Packers at Acrisure?
Well, I think Mike McCarthy's looking for people who respond to game situations. And, I know most of the preseason is about the bottom end of the roster, the last 6-7 spots. But still, you want to see the new guys perform, some of your draft choices, although we probably won't see the #1 pick because of an injury. But I think there's a lot of interesting things to look for as to just how they perform. And certainly it starts with quarterback.
How do you expect that to unfold, Bill? Will we see all four or maybe just 2 or 3?
If you see Aaron Rodgers, that would be a shock to me. I know the Green Bay coach is got a little different philosophy than Mike. Mike doesn't believe in, throwing regulars to the wolves in preseason and risking the injury. But I think the Packers are going to have a couple of starters start. I think you have to have a mix, but that's just my personal opinion. If we don't see any starters tonight, wouldn't surprise me. But I think the quarterback thing will be interesting to watch. Who plays and how many snaps are they going to play? And how well will they do?
And give us a cheat code for fans who are watching. What should fans be looking for from individuals?
I think with the quarterbacks, you look for the ability to manage the game, decision-making. I think that's very important. And I think you can see that better as a coach in a preseason game because it's game-type pressure. There's nothing like that. It's tough to approximate it in practice. And I think we'll see how they respond tonight. I think it'll be fun.
Bill, I was just looking at the history between these two teams. I know this is a preseason game, but they've played 38 times, and I thought it was interesting. Only once did they meet in the postseason.
Oh, yes, and I remember that very well. I'm trying to erase the thought of Mendenhall's fumble, but, it took place, and we didn't win that Super Bowl, but, it's been an interesting rivalry. I think it is a rivalry because of the similarities of the two teams. Small market, the Steelers are not publicly owned like the Packers, but I do know a Packers fan, and he gets season tickets, although he lives in Western Pennsylvania, but they're -3 games because the people in Milwaukee I'm sorry, the people in Green Bay have a right to the 3 seats because of the public-owned situation. So I think that's pretty interesting. But the two teams are similar in that they're small market, trying to exist in a big market game. And let's face it, money drives the bus.
Can you imagine, though, just all things aside, Bill, Mike McCarthy, hometown guy, Greenfield, family and friends, like he even said yesterday, what it must feel like driving to the stadium and walking out on that field for the first time as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That's got to be a magical moment for him. And I slightly remember Mike as a grad assistant at Pitt, but, I've seen a few grad assistants come through the program.
Really?
And he's one of them that made it big, and rightfully so. He's a very good coach. And people say, well, it's completely changed. Everything has changed. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a new start for everybody, and let's see where it heads.
So are you expecting to see things that we've not seen in many years?
Well, yeah, just a way of doing things. From a personal, selfish standpoint, I'll go up to camp on Monday, and I'm a little leery because in the past, as a guest of the Steelers, even after my radio days, I was able to sit on the bench and watch practice from the middle of the two fields. Well, there is no bench now. And the fact that I have to stand the whole time is going to be daunting, but I'll see what I can do. And when I think of that, I think of the time that Myron Cope brought a camp seat, and he had the camp seat that, you sit down on, and it's easily disposed of or folded up or gotten out of the way. And he was sitting there on the sideline, and here came a pass, and I can just still see Deshae Townsend angling over to try to intercept that pass, and he's running right for Myron.
Oh boy!
And Myron's on the camp seat. And he did what's it? Artie Johnson falling over to the side from laughing, and it was hilarious, and one of the great hilarious moments that I've been able to be around.
Yeah, one note too, Bill, and please confirm this if you can, is that they're not going to reveal, even though the Steelers have a whole new offensive plan, they try to limit what they can show for scouting reasons, right?
Yeah, and, the preseason can also be described as the vanilla season because it's plain vanilla offense, plain vanilla defense. And I'm sure the special teams don't reveal any secrets either. So from that standpoint, it's not great for the fans as a game, but it's great for the fans to see the new people, how they fit in, and what kind of promise they show.
Parking lots open at 2, gates at 5, kickoff at 7. KDKA TV with Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call. And before we go, what is wrong with your Pittsburgh Pirates? They just lost their 7th series in a row with the game last night in Miami.
I added them up. I think in the month of August, they've scored 29 runs, 9 in one game. And, all of a sudden, there were questions about the bullpen, and they have given way to questions about this offense. They're just not scoring enough runs to keep the pitching staff involved. So, and what I didn't like about last night was maybe the mental approach to the game. The resolve, we're behind again. Okay. And I don't, this is too early in the season. And I know it's not that early, but it's too early to start thinking about the off season and golf clubs and things like that. So let's just hope that's not the case. But I thought I saw some last night. Let's hope that reverses itself. There'll be a slight favorite today with Braxton Ashcraft.
They got a getaway game. We're carrying that on the station that invented baseball on the radio today. The Marlins and the Pirates, they're home against the Red Sox for the weekend series at PNC Park starting tomorrow night. And one note, generational talent, your grandson Jack, big announcement this week. Please share that because nobody on the planet is prouder than you.
Nobody, except maybe his dad, Bill Jr. He's really worked hard to get where he is right now. He was working in Steubenville and doing a heck of a job down there, but now he's got his foot in the Pittsburgh market with this regular show, and I think it'll be terrific for him, and I think for the public. Okay, he's my grandson. I have a hard time being objective, but he does have some ability, and I think he shows that.
Yeah, Jack will be teamed up and doing a television show that'll be on multiple platforms, including television. That's so awesome, Bill. Bravo.
Yeah, here in Pittsburgh, it'll be on Fox 53. I think it's 7 p.m. on weeknights. So congratulations.
Well, why don't you direct that to Jack? He'd like to hear that, but I'm sure that, he's ready and prepared to do an effective job. And, I just go back to the time when he was in our pit booth as an assistant spotter, and he said to me, "Hey, Pep, I'd like to do what you do." Well, he's doing it, and I'm kind of proud. Just a little bit.
Magic, as you should be. That's awesome. All right. I shouldn't reveal this, but I am. Pre-game tonight on the river, Bill Hillgrove will be water skiing barefoot, holding a black flare and a gold flare. We don't know what will be holding the rope, but look for that at some point before kickoff tonight downtown.
Yeah, and I hope the driver avoids the dam, because the last time I tried that, it was, I don't like to be airborne that long.
On that note, Bill, enjoy the game tonight. Thanks, partner.
Thank you, guys.
Good stuff. That's great. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. What a vision that is, Ellen, right?
It's quite a visual. Yeah, I like it. I think a lot of people would enjoy that. So, all right. So what do we have here for you to enjoy about your rush hour? Well, maybe if you're coming inbound on the Parkway North, I-279, it's a pretty decent commute with no delays. So, yeah, you might be smiling there. You might be grimacing, though, if you're inbound on the Parkway West, because that's quite heavy at the top of Green Tree Hill before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound is very slow go for you through the I-79 interchange. So not much fun for you there. 51 northbound is backing to Bousman behind the Liberty tunnels. West Liberty Avenue stacks to Brookside. The lineup begins for you on the Parkway East inbound right at the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28's trying to ease off a little bit, but you're still slow go near Shaler Water. And then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we're looking at 82 today. It should be a nice summer day, not extremely hot, little humid, slight chance of a shower, but looks like we'll be good to go for kickoff tonight at 7 o'clock. And we're at 67 degrees. Coming up next, let's find out what's trending with tea.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns, connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
From the KDKA Radio News Desk, let's check in with Paul Rasmussen.
Something's being removed at Pittsburgh International. We'll tell you what it is. Some may not like the news in 9 minutes on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
What's trending with T on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tim Myra Rush from our newsroom in studio this morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is trending, T?
To me, my heart is full.
Why so?
And the reason why is because for years, you see communities that you grew up in making a change and turning around. And sometimes we never, ever even imagine that this could happen. But I want you to play this sound, this music.
Welcome back. Your dreams were your ticket.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. The new Granada Theater in the Pittsburgh's Hill District had a ribbon cutting ceremony yesterday, and people were just out in the streets having an amazing time and celebrating Marimba Malyans. She has put her heart and soul into making this happen. And as a plant, I lived in the Hill District for a very long time. I grew up there. My parents lived there, 909 Cherokee Street, Sugartop. And my entire family were all from the Hill District. And to know that at a time in my life, I never thought that I would see the Hill District what it used to be. I was very young when you saw the jazz theme and the Crawford Grill and all of those, places there that made the Hill District stand out for what it was. I mean, people would thrive and love to come. They would die to come to Pittsburgh and see some of the shows and the stores and everything that was flourishing. And I'm like literally in tears right now because these are the stories that you don't hear about. We are always in the media putting out the negative things that are happening in our communities. And it takes one person to make something happen, just one person. And Marimba has been pushing this for years. Phase 1's completed. The lights were shining. We know that things are happening. But these are the stories that I wish and I hope and I pray that other media outlets will focus on. It's not always about the bad in the Black communities. It really isn't, Larry. And to see something like this, everybody should be celebrating the new Granada Theater. Everybody should be talking about it. It should be on social media.
These theaters in town, parts of our neighborhoods, are so important, even now, so vital. And to your point, there's going to be great entertainment coming. It'll be a community gathering place, positivity, creativity. I think it's great. And, with the rebuilding of the Hill District from where FNB is, and this whole process has taken way too long.
It's growing. Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's starting to happen.
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. And I say this to you to say that these are the things that we should be talking about. Every time you tune in, you look on social media, it's the crime in the city. The crime in the city.
Well, we used to
the crime in the city.
A lot
These
about
are the shootings in the city. The single moms in the city. It's like
crime in
always.
Hill District.
Yes,
for years made the news.
Exactly. However, but if you're going to report the news and you're going to talk about the things that are happening, why not focus on what's happening, the positive things that are happening in the community?
Well, look at it this way. Here you are, a native of the Hill District, worked for 3 decades to get to where you are.
Correct.
So that you could tell the story of a revitalization and a very important day.
Yeah, I mean, it is my story, but it's our story. It's history.
But you're here to tell it.
Yeah, I am here to tell it, Larry, but I also would wish that the story can be told by other people. It shouldn't lie. It shouldn't be something that, since I'm a Black woman, that I should tell the story. It shouldn't be that way. If you're telling stories and you're a storyteller, you're in the news, whether you're a reporter, whether you're a podcaster, whether you're a talk show host, these are the stories that should be celebrated. And to watch on social media and look at some of the posts that I see and read, and it's like, okay, so I skimmed through social media today to see how many people we're commending the people of the Hill District for doing something as incredible as this. I mean, these are the stories that need to be told. It doesn't hurt, and it won't hurt by just congratulating and having the conversations with people who are out there in the streets that are doing the work. There's nothing worse than sitting back Monday morning armchairing and talking, or quarterbacking, and saying what we should do in our community. Well, if we focus on people telling the stories of what is happening in the city, I think more people will invest in these communities because there are people behind the scenes that are putting in the work.
And it's
Congratulations to
now.
Marimba Malayans
I
for
want to
putting
meet
her
this
foot
woman.
down. Absolutely, I can make that happen.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's what's trending.
That's what's trending. It's absolutely, it should be trending.
But in the interest of fairness, you need to bring more passion into your conversations with me. From the PJ Fitzpatrick.
Bye, Larry.
Thank you, T. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's E.
All righty, and we have a lot of stop and go out there, Larry, and the inbound Parkway East is a prime example of that. Heavy at the Wilkinsburg interchange before you make your way into the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Trying to scoot through those Fort Pitt tunnels, it's always a challenge, and right now the backups begin for you, unsurprisingly, at the top of Green Tree Hill. The outbound ride is great through that area, but then heavy as you approach the I-79 interchange. Things ease up after that as you head toward the airport this morning. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment, a pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
66. Cloudy skies at 8:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Traveling through Pittsburgh International? You may have to walk a little farther to reach your gate. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details in the newsroom.
Well, that's right, Paul. The airport is removing 2 people movers near the entrances to concourses A and B because they've reached the end of their useful lives. The 6 remaining movers will stay in place while the removed units will be replaced with more seating, including wheelchair-accessible seats. The airport says the changes should ease congestion and improve passenger flow. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A letter written by a baseball fan in 1947 was recently discovered by his daughter and then published by the Post-Gazette. Eileen Coliano shared her story with KDK's Colin Dunlap Wednesday. Paul Alexander has more.
A clerk at U.S. Steel who had polio as a 10-year-old kid and couldn't pursue his dream of being a Major League Baseball player typed a letter to Pirate star Ralph Kiner. Rather than being bitter toward the game he couldn't play, he was a huge fan, and he tried to encourage Kiner after he went hitless in both ends of a doubleheader against Cincinnati.
He expressed real caring because Ralph was booed unfairly by Pirates fans. And my dad actually wrote, "Ralph, I was embarrassed to be a Pittsburgher that day."
Kiner appreciated the letter and sent a handwritten note thanking Eileen's dad for his support. And while he never did play the game he loved, he did manage to walk despite having polio. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports. Carmen Mlodzinski allowed 4 runs in under 3 innings last night in an 8-2 Pirates loss to the Marlins. Today's game is on KDKA Radio. Our coverage will start at 12:15. Steelers quarterback Will Howard knows the pressure is on for tonight's preseason game. Here's KDKA Radio's Jeff Hathhorn.
Few, if any, on the field tonight for the Steelers' preseason opener with the Packers will have more pressure than quarterback Will Howard. He missed games last year due to injury and needs a strong showing to stay on the roster.
I'm excited to get out there and experience it. I know everyone says preseason isn't real football, but to me it is, and I'm gonna treat it as such and go out there and make the most out of my reps because I know it is important.
Mike McCarthy's first game as Steelers coach kicks at 7 on KDKA TV. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathhorn, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time 8:32. Time to call Coit during their incredible indoor-outdoor cleaning sale. Call 1-800-FOR-COIT today and save 35% off all Coit cleaning services. Our next update at 9 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
Anytime you have any issue with your roof, downspouts, gutters, siding, it's JP Roofing and Siding. Saw Joe Potachnik this week, 45 years in, an MVP with Owens Corning, upper 1% of everybody in the country that does what he does, and nobody's going to do it better. You want that kind of workmanship, the warranty on labor, and the great Owens Corning products. And Joe will give you $1,000 off any complete roof and siding installation project, and ask about veteran discounts. I especially appreciate that from Joe. Call 412-829-7711. Get the free estimate. JP Roofing and Siding. Thank you, Joe.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
It's 8:35 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Check in with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And the check-in shows lots of brake lights in a couple of directions on 376, the Parkway West. As you approach those Fort Pitt tunnels, you have backups beginning at the top of Green Tree Hill there. And outbound, it continues to be slow go through the I-79 interchange. It does clear up after you get past that, heading toward the airport. So good news for you there. Behind the Liberty tunnels, things are easing off just a bit. You line up at Bousman to head northbound on 51 toward the right turn into the Liberty tunnels. West Liberty Avenue still kind of heavy approaching the intersection with Pioneer, though. Parkway East on the inbound ride is sluggish for you at the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28 southbound is slow go between the 40th and 31st Street bridges. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Clouds and some intervals of sun today, warm but humid. There may be a thunderstorm in the area this afternoon, but most places stay dry. The high today, 82. Tonight will be warm but humid, partly to mostly cloudy skies with a late night shower, low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 67 degrees.
This report brought to you by USPS Ground Advantage.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Lots going on. A lot of excitement, too, about tonight. Getting a peek at the new Pittsburgh Steelers with the Packers in town. Also, there are a number of ways that people can celebrate the end of summer school coming right around the corner, and a lot to discuss with United States Congressman Chris DeLuzio, representing the 17th Congressional District, just north of our city in our hometown. Congressman, good morning.
Larry, good morning. Thanks for having me on.
As a veteran of the Navy, you have a unique perspective in your current role as Congressman to evaluate what's going on, since a large majority of our men and women who are serving the Navy right now are somewhere near the Middle East. What are you hearing about disgruntled sailors on the aircraft carrier?
Yeah, Larry, it's pretty bad. The USS Abraham Lincoln, one of our carriers, they've been out to sea now more than 6 months consecutively. It's a modern-day record for sailors at sea in our Navy without a port visit. They've been deployed for almost 9 months. And there have been reports in the news as recently as this week of sailors even jumping overboard because they've reached their breaking point. And, you know, I've been deployed at sea. I know deployment can be tough, but we should never squander the patriotism of our sailors. They are the best in the world. Our Navy is the best in the world. But something's gone wrong. We need answers. We need an investigation. I mean, I suspect you've got some listeners who might have a loved one deployed in that carrier strike group right now. So we're trying to get to the bottom of what's going on with our sailors and whether they are being treated well. By all accounts, what these reports are telling us is they aren't, and we've got a real problem to get to the bottom of.
And for those that don't know, Congressman, as you know well, that's what, about 5,000 men and women on an aircraft carrier?
It's a small city. Everything from the guys and gals who fly those jets to the folks who, you know, make meals and everything in between. It is a small city. There's a nuclear reactor on the carrier. They're launching jets. They have other ships typically around them. I was on a destroyer when I was at sea. It's a major ordeal to get a carrier strike group and an aircraft carrier moving. But again, those sailors have been out to sea longer than any American sailors in modern history. It is a stressful thing. And now seeing these reports, there's a morale problem, as best we can tell, and the Congress is trying to get answers. We should get answers. I think the American people expect us to respect the patriotism of our sailors.
Well, the cost of this war is obvious to many, as a lot of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck to begin with, just trying to get through the day and figure out how to get through the week. We know that affects, first and foremost, oil prices translated to gasoline, and it all trickles down because so much is shipped and moved with trucking industry, and the cost of living is up, but yet there is no foreseeable end to the situation. How in Congress do you and the congressmen and women try to figure out an end game to this?
Well, number one, I wish we had a time machine to go back and convince Donald Trump not to have done this. And I wish the Congress had stepped up to stop this thing earlier. I mean, you mentioned gas prices. We're about $4.25 a gallon in Beaver County, not much behind in Allegheny County. You talk to farmers, their fertilizer prices, they're getting pounded right now. And it's because of this war. And I sailed through the Strait of Hormuz, naval officer. Anyone who knows anything about the region would have told you if you told the Iranians a lifetime as they shut down the strait and disrupt global oil markets. We're all paying for it. And we're not just paying for it with those dollars. I mean, you mentioned the cost to our troops. 18 Americans now come back home with hydrate caskets, hundreds wounded, Even Iranian school children have been killed. I mean, this is nasty stuff. And I think the American people see this war for what it is. It's been a disaster. We want to bring our troops back home and never squander their willingness to serve and fight when they're asked to.
The pushback, as you know, Congressman, firsthand, is that we've got to denuclearize Iran's potential. Do we know what the status of this is?
Well, I think you got a couple things going on, Larry. Number one, I heard out of the Trump administration many times that they've obliterated the Iranian military. They have eliminated their ability to make nuclear weapons. Of course, they lied about that. And I think Donald Trump would jump for joy if he were able to secure a nuclear deal like the one that Barack Obama secured that then Donald Trump as president ripped up. I mean, that deal, something like it, feels so far out of reach given where the negotiations are with the Iranians, who, again, continue to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and use that leverage over not just us, but the rest of the world that's reliant on oil. And to me, this is a bigger point, too. We should be making ourselves less exposed to Middle Eastern tyrants and their oil exports. We should be doing what other major countries are, which is adding new sources of energy. And I think what I saw out of our government, they canceled clean energy projects that made us more exposed to these oil shocks.
As we go through the process here, and you represent us to the federal government, but you also work with state officials too in trying to make progress. Where do we stand when there's so much divisiveness, both at the state and federal level?
Yeah, there is, though, as you say, you got to have government firing on all cylinders together. I mean, one place I think we really can do something, and I think folks around here know this better than others in the country, we've seen our country deindustrialized. We lost. Both parties are responsible for that. It's about to build America and get support across, political divide. It's parts. I'll spend the whole time telling you, but it's as simple as a government taking some stakes in key manufacturing companies and put the profits back to the American people in a dividend. It's getting the trades back into high schools, tying federal funds to that. And then when foreign polluters, when they try to import their products, and after they've polluted and made it dirtier than ours, they got to pay a fee at the border before they get their products into America. I think this is something that we can actually get people behind to grow manufacturing jobs, which isn't just about the good jobs. Believe me, it could be. But it's also about whether we are going to have a country that can bring down cost and build things like munitions, which if you pay attention to this war, we now have shortages by all reporting of key munitions. So this is a national security problem on top of everything else.
And finally, I want to get your take on, they just discussed the possibility of agents using these electric shock gloves, the ICE agents, to the tune of like $22 million. Have you dug into that yet?
We're trying to get answers, and Larry, I know you guys have talked about this a bit. I mean, ICE has been operating like a black box. So there's a facility in Findlay Township. I've been demanding answers of even what is ICE doing in that facility. There's some public reporting and maybe legal teams. They're blocking Congress from getting questions, and not everything has to be a Democrat or Republican fight. But I think the battle for who will control the Congress is about this, whether we can get key answers. I'm a Democrat. I want us to win the majority to bring down costs for folks, but we're also going to get answers about what our government's doing. And remember, ICE now is the most funded law enforcement agency in the United States of America. And we have had plenty of folks in our region who are law-abiding, following the rules, had lawful work authorization, and see their families ripped apart right here in Western Pennsylvania. I've got real problems with that. And getting transparency and answers should be the bare minimum we would expect from our government.
Appreciate the time as always, Congressman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Larry. Have a great day.
United States Congressman Chris Deluzio. On the Big K Morning Show, it's 8:45 from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And as we're checking out the area roads, happy to report we are accident-free throughout the district right now. Fingers crossed it stays that way. It's been the normal delays, but they aren't insignificant. So the Parkway West inbound is very heavy for you at the top of Green Tree Hill, down to and through those Fort Pitt tunnels, behind the Liberty tunnels. Things are trying to ease off, but you're still kind of congested around Bowsman Street on 51 northbound, and definitely heavy beginning before Pioneer as you make your way inbound on West Liberty Avenue, Route 19, toward that same intersection with 51 and the tunnels. Outbound on the Parkway West, heading toward the airport, well, you have some congestion around the I-79 interchange. Parkway East inbound is heavy for you right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And AccuWeather says high of 82. It will be fairly humid, but not extremely hot, and a slight chance for a shower popping up. Otherwise, should be good to go. Tonight's big fun preseason game, Steelers-Packers, 7 o'clock kick, and we're at 67 degrees.
The Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I consider him one of the best when it comes to explaining the economy. Scott Colbert, our economics guru, is going to join us for our monthly meeting, and he's going to tell us what these inflation numbers meant that came out the other day. Plus, Bill Cleveland, our Bill on the Road segment, he's somewhere, and he's checking in. America at Night with me, McGraw-Millhaven. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
August is here, and before summer slips away, Bowser Hyundai Chippewa wants you to have one last getaway. Take a look at the all-new 2026 Hyundai Elantra during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. With its bold design and impressive fuel economy, it's built for every adventure, big or small. And right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can lease a 26 Elantra SC for just $159 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 8/31/26.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform. All your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
It's the Big K Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Allegheny County may be closer to regular property reassessments. This is after Wednesday's Government Review Commission meeting.
The GRC voted unanimously to release a draft plan calling for reassessments every 4 years, the first year of every county executive's term.
What's your reaction, Larry?
I'll be interested to see how far this goes and how practical it can get. This is such a contentious issue.
Well, isn't that interesting you would say that, because the headline on this topic in today's Post-Gazette says it's a political hot potato no one wants to touch.
No. And believe me, there are a lot of people in this county that are on fixed incomes that have been living, hardworking people that live in their homes, and this can be economically extremely challenging for some.
Wegmans is breaking ground today on its first store in the Pittsburgh region. This is in Cranberry Township, right next to the Lemieux Sports Complex.
I know this site well. That's a booming area. You know it too. Right there, they're building hundreds of homes adjacent to that, and townhomes and condominiums as well. But that section of Cranberry, well, that section of southern Butler County is absolutely booming.
It might be just a preseason game. I know Aaron Rodgers said preseason games aren't real football, but for a Greenfield native tonight will have meaning.
Mike, I know it's your first game, though, preseason game or not, first game here in Pittsburgh. Was that excited as Will Howard is excited?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. It'll definitely mean a lot more Thursday, like I said, when I'm driving into the stadium. So,
I don't know. I got excitement for Mike. I don't know Mike. I've actually never met Mike. A lot of people have. He has a lot of friends and family, certainly Greenfield and everywhere else around town. Just the thought of him rolling into the stadium and stepping onto the turf there for the first time as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers is going to be special.
Very awesome. I think in whole town, all the Steelers fans are behind Mike McCarthy tonight and wish him the best.
Yeah, and otherwise, we'll see who, turns some heads tonight.
Yeah, never know.
And I guess the number one question is, how will the quarterback situation be tonight? Who's going to get the most snaps? Who's going to play?
Yeah, as Mike Tomlin says, the division of labor. What's it going to be?
Yeah, and as Bill Hillgrove said earlier in this hour, he doubts very much Aaron Rodgers will see any time, but that means Mason Rudolph and then Will and Drew. I imagine we'll see all three of those guys. So 2 o'clock, the parking lot's open on the North Shore. 5 o'clock, gates open. 7 o'clock is kickoff. You can see it all on KDKA TV with our good buddy, Pompin' Ain't Easy, Bob Pompiani, and Charlie Batch.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
I felt a jackhammering pain in my jaw.
Like someone sawing my bones.
Barbed wire in my shoulder.
Like a cattle prod in my hip.
Like I put my foot in a blender.
Pain is different for everyone. But where pain starts, Jurnavix suzetrigine begins. Jurnavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain. Before those signals tell the brain to feel
like I punched an angry beehive.
And pain reduction can finally begin. Do not take Jurnavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jurnavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes. To learn more about Jurnavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jurnavix.com.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's 8:55 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. In the Hill District, heads up, we have crews rolling up on the scene and more dispatch to the scene of an accident on Heron Avenue at Center Avenue. So slow go for you there. Very slow on the Parkway East inbound. Brake lights are greeting you at the Wilkinsburg interchange as you approach the Squirrel Hill tunnels there. 28 southbound, it's trying to ease off, but you still have a little bit of sluggish traffic right around the Shaler Waterworks area, and then definitely again at Millvale as you make your way down toward the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway North rolls well. Parkway West does not, backing right around the top of Green Tree Hill on the inbound ride, and outbound continues to be sluggish through the 79 interchange. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Comer and Cross and their end-of-year garage sale going on right now. No, they're not having a sale in their garage. They are hooking you up with the garage floor of your dreams, just like they did for me. It's going to feel like pulling into a new car showroom every night. I get to do that every night, and you can too. A garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, never crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint would. Comer and Cross, these are pros, not a fly-by-night organization. They're never pushy. They listen to you and your needs. Over 2,000 five-star reviews. They'll fix all the cracks and pits perfectly. And right now you can schedule them for their end-of-year garage sale. You'll get the best price of the year guaranteed. And on top of that, 50% off installation, and my installation took 1 day. So in 1 day, you can have a new garage floor. Easy call, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule online at COMERcross.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is celebrating with fresh deals every week from August 3rd through August 30th. Easy Cater makes workplace food ordering easy, leaving more time for important office debates like, is a hot dog a sandwich or a taco? From breakfast sandwiches and banh mi to turkey clubs and veggie wraps, every order of sandwiches for your team comes with a side of surprise rewards for you. And that's the best thing since sliced bread. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX, Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
68 with overcast skies at 9 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Pittsburgh landmark is glowing again. The new Granada Theater's iconic marquee is back on. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the story.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
After more than 50 years in the dark, the Hill District Landmark celebrated the completion of Phase 1 of its restoration yesterday, led by the Hill Community Development Corporation. The project includes a first-floor cafe, lounge, and commercial kitchen, a second-floor event space that can hold up to 900 people, and a University of Pittsburgh Community Engagement Center. Phase 2 of the revitalization is already underway. The historical New Granada Theater is not just the name, it is Black history. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Wegmans is breaking ground today on its first store in the Pittsburgh region in Cranberry Township, next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex. The 115,000 square foot store is expected to employ around 450 people and will open next fall. It's one of 3 major developments in the grocery sector. Meijer is also planning to build a location in Cranberry, and last month, Kroger announced plans to purchase Giant Eagle for $1.65 billion. A West Virginia man is facing a fine after TSA found a loaded gun in his carry-on bag Wednesday afternoon. 28-year-old Chad Tubaugh of Wheeling also did not have a valid concealed carry permit, and the 9mm Glock was confiscated by Allegheny County Police, who were called to Pittsburgh International. Last night's Pony League World Series championship game between Washington County and Chinese Taipei was canceled. Continued unplayable conditions after days of downpours at Lou Hayes Field gets the blame. In a statement, organizers said with the visiting team scheduled to leave this morning, they thought it was unreasonable to ask families to pay for flight changes and extended hotel stays. A Powerball ticket sold in Illinois matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning the jackpot of just over $1 billion. It's the largest Powerball prize so far this year and the 8th largest in Powerball's history. KDKA Sports, Marlins 8, Pirates 2 last night. Pittsburgh and Miami will finish this series today, and the game is on KDKA Radio. Pregame starts at 12:15. Now a preview of tonight's first game for the Steelers' new head coach with KDKA Radio's Jeff Hathhorn.
These games don't count. However, it's the first time for Greenfield's Mike McCarthy to walk onto a field in Pittsburgh as the Steelers' head coach. He said it would hit him on the drive to the stadium, but he has work to do.
It's getting them prepared to play in a preseason game. I'm excited to see our young guys. I'm excited to go out there for the first time. I'm excited to walk out on the stadium. So that's definitely real. But I'm really just trying to focus on keep moving the needle.
Steelers-Packers on KDKA TV at 7. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathhorn, News Radio KDKA.
The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick, 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 9:03. It's 68, overcast now in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and AccuWeather's forecast next.
Orange Slices is brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, think you know who's hitting a homer today? Well, FanDuel is giving you a free chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. You've got nothing to lose and a lot to gain. And don't forget, you can make a free pick every day during the MLB season. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home for home runs. So are you ready to play your game today? Join all the action on FanDuel.com. That's FanDuel.com to play daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. 21 and over, select state. Kansas in affiliation with Kansas Star Casino. 18 and over in D.C., Kentucky, and Wyoming. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. In Connecticut, call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. In Maryland, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In Massachusetts, visit gamblinghelplinema.org or call 1-800-327-5050. In New York, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. And listen to Orange Slices, sponsored by FanDuel Predicts, wherever you get your podcasts.
9:05 at KDKA. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. Crew still dealing with an accident in the Hill District. This on Heron Avenue at Center Avenue, so watch out for slowdowns around that. Slowdowns are easing off just a bit for you on 28 southbound. You just have heavier traffic now between the 31st Street Bridge and the off-ramp for East Ohio Street. So not too bad of a ride as you're heading there. The Parkway West inbound continues to be stubbornly stuck with delays at the top of Green Tree Hill. The outbound ride through the I-79 interchange still has some minor slowdowns there. The Parkway East inbound is heavy for you right around Edgewood, Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today will be warm and humid with clouds and some sun. There may be a thunderstorm in spots this afternoon, the high 82. Partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid tonight with a late night shower in places, the low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now we're at 67 degrees.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning, Larry Richert with Anchorman Paul Rasmussen. Paul, you shared that great story that Colin developed about the note, the letter, right?
Oh, the letter the Pirates fan wrote to Ralph Kiner. We'll play that again at 9:30.
Yeah, and he said to me yesterday, he goes, you got to meet this guy, Randy Dye. This is a tremendous story, and it has to do with Roberto Clemente and his MVP car that he won in 1971. And Randy's a Franklin native up near Oil City to the north, and we had a chance to talk yesterday. Randy, good morning.
Good morning, Larry. Thanks for having me on.
So, Randy, a little bit of your background. You're in the automobile business now, living in Daytona, Florida. Is that correct?
Yep. Moved to Daytona Beach in 1982, actually, the last part of 1982.
Why? No, just kidding. There are probably, and you know this firsthand, you go anywhere in Florida, it's like you run into Pittsburgh area people everywhere, and that has grown. But this story, tell us about the vehicle itself that Roberto Clemente won first.
Yeah, it's really very cool. Back in those days, it was pretty common for whether it be the Super Bowl or the World Series or certain top sports events, the automobile industry was involved, and it was commonplace for them to give a car to the MVP of whatever event was going on. And this one happens to be a 72 because the season was over, so they get the new model 72 Dodge Charger SE that Dodge, and back then it was Sport Magazine. I don't know if you'll remember Sport Magazine.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. Okay. But that's that they combined to give the MVP award. And it's really there's some irony because if you'll remember 1971, the Orioles had 4 20-game winners. And so it was predetermined, at least in the minds of many, that the Orioles were going to beat the Pirates. So the car's orange, Baltimore orange with white interior and a white roof.
Oh, wow. What an oddity. But, yeah, that makes perfect sense now that you say it.
Well, and Roberto, Manny Sanguillen, I've spoken to him several times. As a matter of fact, he was with us when we did the reveal of the car up here in Franklin in 2018. Manny Sanguillen talked about how he and Roberto drove the car all around Puerto Rico. And one of the things he didn't ask for a different color because he wanted everybody to know who they beat.
That's a positive way of looking at something. That sounds like a Roberto Clemente kind of attitude.
Well, Randy, the great part of this story that I have yet to hear is that this car made it back from Puerto Rico somehow, and you wound up with it.
How did you track this car down?
It's interesting. So my daughter and I, she decided she wanted to do a father-daughter weekend. This was in 2012. and we went to the Clemente Museum with, Dwayne did a great job of taking us on a tour. We were up there for a Pirate game against the Brewers, and then we had the Steelers were playing the Jets. So anyway, Dwayne took us around, and at one point during our tour, he said, "Hey, can you help me get the car back from Puerto Rico?" And quite frankly, I didn't even, sure, I can help you get a car back from Puerto Rico. I mean, that's something that we can do. And I guess I halfway offended him because I didn't make a big deal about the car. I didn't really understand that he meant
the car.
The car. I thought he meant a car. And so we figured it out. It's not easy, but we figured it out. And then it just went cold. And later, several years later, Roberto Jr. told me that, they just weren't in the emotional position to let go of the car. So to fast forward 2017, the All-Star game is in Miami, big Latin American themed time. And so Roberto had his own day of, they were selling a lot of his memorabilia on Tuesday. And quite honestly, I mean, there's a catalog. I still have the original catalog. I don't know. I think they raised, $10-11 million that day. And the car was a part of it. Now, what's interesting is the auction house, I reached out because I wanted to know about the car, the condition, and nobody there knew anything about it. They actually had advertised it wrong. They advertised it as a 71, and it was a 72. And, of course, I told them, and they didn't think much of that. And so we, I just wanted to see it. Well, about 2 weeks from the auction, they called me and said, "Hey, Mr. Dye, we want to tell you were right about the year of the car and la 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 la." And you had said you had looked into getting it here. And I said, "Yeah." They said, "Well, we haven't gotten it here yet. Could you help us?" Well, it was way late, and a lot of dominoes had to fall to get it. But at the end of the day, the only way we could get it here was to put it on a cargo plane, and it had to come into Miami. It didn't run. It had to go through customs onto a rollback. There was an automobile OEM that was the sponsoring sponsor of the Fan Fest. They wouldn't let it in the building because it was not their brand. And so we put it at a dealer friend of mine in South Florida, and he was overwhelmed. I said, "Call the radio station like you guys and have them tell everybody that it's here, and get yourself some security guards because you're going to get overrun with people." And he did. And so I went down and visited it on Saturday, realized how great a shape it was. It was really remarkable, the condition it was in, and went to get into the bidding war, and we came home with it on that Tuesday, and it was delivered to Daytona on a Saturday, and then it was a year's worth of restoration. Roberto Jr. came during that time. Its first event was here in Franklin. It's been to St. Louis for Major League Baseball Writers Association. Luis came to that event. It was an emotional time for me. I restore cars, but I don't think I've ever had that experience. It was like going to church every day that I worked on that car, because you knew you were doing something that was greater than an automobile. That's for sure.
Oh, the story behind it: Roberto Clemente's MVP awarded car that you've restored and own. And Dwayne Reeder, by the way, is the curator at the Roberto Clemente Museum here in Pittsburgh, which is at a firehouse in Lawrenceville.
Yeah.
If Pittsburghers have never been, that's a mecca for Roberto and a tribute to him. And you want to hear how small a world it is, Randy? Dwayne Reeder's wife is the daughter of the late Bob Kudsma, meteorologist from KDKA-TV, who was my predecessor before I went on air doing the weather. And I remember
my gosh.
I mean, that is so Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it is totally Pittsburgh.
So Where can people go to see a picture of this car? Because I know you've probably whet a lot of appetites of people. Okay, well, let me see it now.
Yeah, so a couple things. You can go to Clementi Car on Facebook. So Clementi, we have it up. You can, and we by the way, one of the things we did, I had a couple of unique car covers made that really are emblematic of Roberto's life. You know how important his family was to him, and you know what a great career he had, but and how proud he was as a Puerto Rican citizen, and also as a member of the Marines. And so that car cover, every single day, it's on the car in my dealership showroom. And I leave it that way because I think it tells more about who Roberto Clemente was as a person than just the car. However, on the 21st day, you can figure that one out, of each month, we take the car cover off and let everybody see it who wants to come, and they come and they line up and they take pictures, and even me right now. I mean, tears are shed and memories are shared, and it's such a great opportunity. I live by Roberto's words, which if you have an opportunity to make a difference and you don't, you're wasting your time on earth. And that's really what the whole reason for doing the car was that this is his life was so important, not just as a baseball player, but as a humanitarian, and what he did for his fellow man. That's why we restored the car, and that's why we keep it today.
Amen.
You know, Randy, I'm looking right now at that Facebook page you gave us, and there is someone standing, I don't know if it's you, standing next to the car. It's in beautiful condition. What a great job you've done with that.
Well, I think there was something divine about it. If you can imagine a 1972 car living on the island of Puerto Rico for all those years and still being intact when we got it. It only has 36,000 miles, by the way.
Huh.
It's remarkable unto itself, and a fitting tribute. And we never wanted to just put it away in a car collection and hide it. The whole idea is to share it with the world.
Well, if you're in Daytona, look up Randy Dye, and if it's the 21st, you could see the car firsthand or check it out on Facebook. Randy, appreciate the time. Great story, and enjoy your visit home at Franklin.
Well, I appreciate it very much. Thank you, guys.
You got it.
And I'm reminded, Larry, this was a Chrysler Company product. And remember back in the day at Three Rivers Stadium, the Chrysler Company would park some of their new models behind one of the end zones.
And they got it from the dealership on McKnight Road.
They did.
Back then.
Yep.
Great stuff. Randy Dye from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Speaking of cars, Ellen's job is to look at them.
Yep, and we're seeing quite a lot of them, guys, on the Parkway West inbound. Now, the good news is they are not involved in any accidents, so the slowdowns you're seeing there are just the usual ones getting into and through the Fort Pitt tunnels. Right now, it's backing right around the middle of the hill on the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp area. Now, if you'd like to get around that, what's your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route? Maybe try Route 60 and head down through the West End, because that's cleared out nicely, and South Main Street is moving well toward the West End Circle, where you could pick up Route 51. West Carson Street, 837 West Carson Street, and head over toward the Fort Pitt Bridge that way. Parkway East on the inbound ride lines up at Edgewood, Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Join Allegheny County for the Summer Concert Series with free live music all season long at Harwood Acres and South Park amphitheaters. Bring a blanket, bring your friends, and come hungry. Local food trucks, Black Dog Winery, and Hop Farm Brewing Company will be on site starting at 6 p.m. Concerts kick off at 7:30. No tickets, no cost, just great music and even better vibes. Your summer soundtrack starts here. Visit AlleghenyCounty.us/summer for the full lineup.
Enjoy the great summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Boneless New York Strip Steaks, $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, Jumbo Cantaloupes are 2 for $4. In our deli, 8-piece rotisserie seasoned baked chickens, $7.99 each. Additional savings this week, selective varieties of Turkey Hill drinks or tea. Gallon jugs, 2 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the Big K Morning Show, and every Thursday at this time, we welcome from WAMO 107.3, Kiki B. Jones.
Hey, Larry.
Sporting today a number 77, the Broderick Jones jersey.
That's right.
For your Jones last name. I get it.
Thank you.
And you can see it on our live stream at KDKRadio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, our KDK YouTube page, and we're now streaming this week on X.
I love it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I like the Steelers jersey, and
I'm excited
you're
about
going
today.
to a game?
Well, one day I will, not today.
Have you ever been?
I have.
Yeah,
I
you've
cannot go with my husband, though,
been.
because he actually watches the games, and I'm the
you're just
person that's the
partying
high
there.
five. Yeah, and he's like, shh. Like, yeah, I
Tailgate.
can't go with you, dude.
I
Yeah.
got you, Kiki.
He's not fun.
What's good in your hood?
We got a lot of things that's really happening that's really good, Larry. The new Granada, I'm sure you talked about it.
I talked with Tamara about it. She's from the Hill District,
too.
and you know
Yep.
firsthand.
Mhm.
And she's actually got emotional about it because it represents a significant change to the good.
And I grew up in the Hill District, Bentley Drive, Elmore Square. I worked at the Carnegie Library. I remember the Hill Pharmacy, and walking past the Granada, never being opened. Didn't know the history behind it.
How long's it been shut down again? I mean,
decades.
it's like,
Decades. So to see that, it's a new beginning for the HIW, and I'm so excited. Congratulations to the Hill CDC and the Hill residents. This is a new day for the Hill District, and it's time. So I'm excited about that. So congratulations there. Fish grease will be popping tonight. The Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, Iota Phi chapter, the Pittsburgh Qs, as they're known in the streets, are hosting a Fish and Fellowship event. It's a fundraiser tonight in the North Side from 6 to 9. Now, every year, the Pittsburgh Qs, they host a Thanksgiving turkey drive and a Christmas toy drive, and it's packed every year. And so tonight, they're doing this fundraiser, Fish Fry, in the Hill District on Liverpool Street, 1423 Liverpool Street, from 6 to 9. So if you're into fish and coleslaw and fries and you want to give back to the community, there is a great way to do that. And then finally, this Sunday, we're celebrating Pittsburgh music, media, and community this weekend at the Sound of the Steel City Gala and Scholarship Awards. That's happening at Rivers Casino. And I'm actually being nominated for Communicator of the Year. A lot of other media representatives, Mikey Hood, Lisa Sylvester, Chandy Chapman, Rob Taylor from the Courier, Brother Marlon, also from the Courier and WAMO, will be honored. And then we'll be giving some scholarships away, and some community members will be receiving some recognition. So it's going to be we're going to be dressed up and doing the butt with EU. So I'm excited about that. So it's going to be a big weekend this weekend.
Well, you're already a winner.
Well, thank you.
And I know most of the nominees are doing a lot of good things in our community, and appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
And this fish fry sounds really, you're making me hungry.
I'll see if I can bring you a plate.
I could go for a fish sandwich right now, some fries, coleslaw. I'm in. Where's that again?
It's at 1423 Liverpool Street on the north side from 6 to 9. If I'm there, I'll get you a plate.
I'll be over at the stadium. They got that thing going on.
Oh, yeah, that thing, that big, it's a game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're wearing a Steelers.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. I'll save you a plate. I'll try to anyway, because I heard it's going to be good. Good fish.
It's okay. One of the things I also want to mention, because we're getting down to it, and WAMO is partnering with The Fan and us here at KDK, which you're a family member of.
Yep.
The Pittsburgh Public School Students Backpack Program,
huge,
presented by Target Freight Management. I met the CEO the other day. He's Mike Wagner, great guy. I also want to thank Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit, getting all these backpacks to the kids. I mean, teachers report, I think, Tuesday next week, and then clerical staff throughout the week. And then the following Monday, it's game on for.
Can you believe it?
24th, first day of school, Pittsburgh Public.
Can you believe it?
And a lot of schools. I think Christine, Marty's wife, told me that Mount Lebanon's in now.
Yeah.
They're back.
Yeah.
So if
why wait? Just go.
If you can help, KDKRadio.com, check it out, our backpack program, and we thank everybody involved. It's a cool thing.
It's going to be huge. I'll be there on Monday live, broadcasting live from there.
And you see firsthand the joy, the
lines.
Kids, the moms and dads.
Goodness, the parents are so happy.
That's a good way to kick off.
Yep.
Pun intended.
I saw what you did there.
At the stadium. All right. Kiki B. Jones wearing a Roderick Jones Steelers home jersey.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what's good in your hood.
Thanks, Larry.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ellen Gamble, what's going on?
All right, what's going on is heavy traffic on the Parkway West, Larry. You're backing right around the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp before the Fort Pitt tunnels, though. If you are headed outbound or westbound on 376 out toward the western suburbs or Pittsburgh International Airport, that's the better commute. I hope you're headed that direction. No problems from the Golden Triangle all the way out to the airport corridor. Parkway East on the inbound ride is heavy for you at Edgewood Swissvale approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. 28 has cleared out nicely. Happy to report that. Parkway North I-279 is also a good ride with the HOV lanes open for just a bit longer for your Thursday morning commute. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kenodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? Driving high will get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell you're driving high, well, everyone else can. Friends?
I can tell you drove high.
Parents?
I can tell when you drive high.
Relatives?
I can tell. You drove here high, didn't you?
So what makes you think law enforcement can't?
I can tell.
If you feel different, you drive different. Drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries, now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 68. Skies are overcast at 9:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Traveling through Pittsburgh International? Well, you may have to walk a little farther to reach your gate. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
The airport is removing the people movers at the entrances to concourses A and B. Officials say the original 1992 units have reached the end of their useful lives, and removing them should ease congestion in the busiest gate areas. The airport plans to replace them with additional seating, including wheelchair-accessible seats, while keeping 6 other people movers in service. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A letter written by a baseball fan back in 1947 was recently discovered by his daughter and then published by the Post-Gazette. Eileen Coliano shared her story with KDKA's Colin Dunlap on Wednesday, and Paul Alexander has the story.
A clerk at U.S. Steel who had polio as a 10-year-old kid and couldn't pursue his dream of being a Major League Baseball player typed a letter to Pirate star Ralph Kiner. Rather than being bitter toward the game he couldn't play, he was a huge fan, and he tried to encourage Kiner after he went hitless in both ends of a doubleheader against Cincinnati.
He expressed real caring because Ralph was booed unfairly by Pirate fans, and my dad actually wrote, "Ralph, I was embarrassed to be a Pittsburgher that day."
Kiner appreciated the letter and sent a handwritten note thanking Eileen's dad for his support. And while he never did play the game he loved, he did manage to walk despite having polio. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
At the open on Wall Street, the Dow is up 130 points at 53,900. The S&P is up 16 and the Nasdaq is up about 29. KDKA Sports: Marlins over the Pirates 8-2 last night. Game 3 of the series is on KDKA Radio today. Coverage begins at 12:15. A rookie wide receiver is getting his big opportunity during tonight's preseason game. News Radio KDK's Jeff Hathorn has that story.
Anything from the top 2 receivers, look for rookie Jeremy Bernard to get extended reps tonight.
I'm excited. You know, it's a first preseason game, first NFL game. I'm excited. I've been dreaming about this my whole life. And so I'm just ready to go do it.
The second-round pick keeps growing and loves working with Aaron Rodgers.
I just cherish that. I value that. And I'm just going to continue to, take heed of that because, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play with, MVP.
Steelers-Packers, 7 o'clock on KDKA TV. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 9:32. Our next update at 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDKA.
Paul, we're going to talk to Lanny Fratteri next, who is the voice of the Pony League World Series. And as you've reported this morning, something happened that hasn't happened in 75 years of the Pony League World Series history. Next.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured? You're in pain, frustrated, and don't know what to do. We lawyers know what to do. So in your time of need, other law firms want to charge you 40%, almost half your settlement. A good friend or neighbor would never do that to you. That's why our fee is only 25%, because you are the one who's been injured, and it's your money. And there is never a fee unless we win your case. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
9:35 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks much, Larry. And the latest is the rush hour is trying to ease off on the Parkway East, but not quite doing so just yet. You're in line with some heavy traffic right around Edgewood, Swissvale before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West is a little bit heavier than that. Coming down the front side of Green Tree Hill, you're lining up right around the Parkway Center Ball overpass as you make your way into the Fort Pitt tunnels. 28 is rolling well toward the North Shore and North Side, coming inbound toward town that way. And a reminder, of course, the North Shore parking lots open up at 2 p.m. in advance of the 7 p.m. kickoff for the Steelers game tonight. So finding a spot to park will be tighter than normal and more costly there. So check out the Golden Triangle as a better option. You can take the T across the river. And of course, evening rush hour could be slower than normal as the Steeler game bound traffic mixes in with the evening commute. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:45. I'm Edlin Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid today. Clouds, some intervals of sunshine. A slight chance of an afternoon thunderstorm. Most of the day will be rain-free or high 82. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid. There can be a late-night shower, though 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, mostly cloudy. We're at 68 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, here we go. Baseball, Pirate Baseball today. Colin Dunlap with you. I'll catch you after the game until 6 o'clock. KDK.
And leading you into baseball, Marty Griffin will check in with Marty this half hour. Meanwhile, speaking of baseball, the Pony League World Series was supposed to wrap up with a championship game last night. That didn't happen for the first time in the 75-year history. And joining us, longtime Pirates voice Lanny Perteri, 33 years and Media Hall of Fame inductee almost exactly a year ago, is also the voice of the Pony League World Series. Joins us. Lanny, Mother Nature, after all these years, did these championship games in. I'm really disappointed for the kids, especially.
Oh, yeah, Larry, you're exactly right about that. It was a very difficult decision for the Pony League committee to make, but I was there early yesterday in preparation for the game, getting ready, doing my homework for the game and the championship game, and sitting there in the broadcast booth and looking at the field. It was just a total mess, and there's just no way they could have played the games. I don't even the flight arrangements are all pretty much locked in, so there isn't much flexibility in terms of moving the. But even if they tried to play it one more day, if they tried to play it today, I'm not sure they could have pulled it off because of how bad the field was because of all the rain that we had.
Yeah, they estimated just in the course of the Pony League World Series, Washington County, Fayette, Greene counties got the bulk of the heaviest rains with those storms over that period. So while it's disappointing, what were some of the highlights, including the local team?
Well, they had made the decision to make it a single elimination team, and so Washington County would have played in the championship game. It would have been a rematch with Chinese Taipei. I thought both Washington County and South Hills accounted for themselves particularly well. I was pleased that I had a chance to get to meet all. Larry, let me tell you one story. I got to tell you this story. When I do my homework, I ask the players about their hobbies. I ask them about I check their birth dates just in case there's a player that's going to be performing on a birthday, etc. And this one young man told me that his birthday was March 23rd, and on the broadcast I mentioned that he and I shared the same birthday. And it turns out that after the game, the young man's name is Colston Piper from Hagerstown. After the game, he and his teammates went back and watched the replay of the game. And so he heard me mention that he and I share a birthday. And the next night, a representative from the Hagerstown team came up to the press box, handed me an envelope. And this young man wrote me a note and said how honored he is that he shares a birthday with a major league broadcaster, a former major league broadcaster. I was extremely touched by the kindness of this young man, a 13, 14-year-old, being considerate enough to go out of his way to get a card and to write this note to me. And the card is on my mantle at my house.
That's awesome, especially in an electronic day and age where you get very few of those things from anybody anytime. That's really cool. And I'm glad you brought up the age group. For those that don't know, that's Pony League. And Lanny, we had representation. You mentioned Chinese Taipei, but around the world, this is a real treasure every summer.
It is Puerto Rico, Mexico. We had a team this year from Paderborn, Germany. It is a major event and most unfortunate. And I feel, I don't mean to make this sound snide, but I mean, disappointment is part of one of the lessons of sports. Consider what we went through in 1992 when the Atlanta Braves beat us, and the disappointment we felt because we were hoping that Jim Leyland's team would go to the World Series, and it didn't happen. So, I'm spending my day today, Larry, with my talented 8-year-old grandson Gus, and he and I get a chance to talk about things about life, and obviously as a grandfather, I'm hoping to impart some wisdom to him over the time that he and I spend together. So I'm really disappointed. I know how difficult this decision was for the Pony people to make the call that they did.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on to explain what happened, and always good to hear from you, Lanny. Thank you. Enjoy the time with your grandson.
Thank you, Larry. Have a great day.
Lanny Fratteri, the great Lanny, voice of the Pony League World Series.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000, being 7.5, would have been.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on September 15th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
The Big K Morning Show brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
945 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ellen Gamble, what do you see?
We see the slow go traffic for you as you are trying to come inbound toward town on the Parkway West. Of course, we do have some sluggish traffic for you right around the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp, making your way into the Fort Pitt tunnels. Just a reminder for you that it looks like weather might allow crews to do some shoulder restriction as you try to head inbound toward town from about that Banksville on-ramp to the Fort Pitt tunnel until about 2 p.m. today. You could have those crews from the Western Pennsylvania Conservancy doing some landscaping work in that median area, and as they do that and cause that shoulder pinch, we often see heavier than normal delays. So there, the Parkway East on the inbound ride is sluggish for you at Edgewood Swissvale, and crews are checking out reports of an accident in the 1000 block of McNeely Road in Mount Lebanon. That's near Morton Lane. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Bill DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
It's the Big K Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Allegheny County may be closer to regular property reassessments after Wednesday's meeting of the Government Review Commission.
The GRC voted unanimously to release a draft plan calling for reassessments every 4 years, the first year of every county executive's term.
How do you think that's going to be received?
Oh, just probably as well as when you get your tax bill in the mail. Yeah, nobody's happy about it. They do have to try to figure out an equitable way to do this. And again, think about people who are on a fixed income who earned and have lived in their homes. They got to figure out a way to manage that. So we'll see.
Maybe some kind of a special exemption like a homestead, only better.
Yeah, and we've also been promised monies from other sources to lower the property taxes. Where is it?
Wegmans breaking ground this morning. In a few minutes, in fact, Larry, on their first store in the Pittsburgh region up in Cranberry.
Yeah, they've asked our own Tamira Rush to go up there with a chainsaw. I'm not sure what she's going to do at the ribbon cutting with that, but you will hear and see on our social media and live stream what's going on.
And it might be just a preseason game, but for a Greenfield native, tonight will have a meaning.
Mike, I know it's your first game, though, preseason game or not, first game here in Pittsburgh. Was that excited as Will Howard is excited?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. It'll definitely mean a lot more Thursday, like I said, when I'm driving into the stadium. So,
driving into the stadium.
Grew up here, well known here.
Yeah, I know for people.
Wound up coming back here.
People might say, yeah, for a while he was living with his mom dad, I believe.
After he left Dallas, right?
Childhood home when he first came back here before he got his own place going. So it was
Sounds like a good plan.
Can you imagine that after all those years? You know, some things don't change.
Had a lot of goodwill for the Steelers, and especially for the head coach going in. And again, it's a game that doesn't count, but people want to see what's new with the Steelers. I think there'll be a little bit of that.
Right. And I know it's a preseason game, but to Mike and the players that'll be on the field, it means the world.
So I'm going through my morning routine, my news feed, some of the places that I check things out, and I'm looking at one particular, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It looked like a fish with razor-like teeth that had been caught by this little guy over in eastern Pennsylvania. He thought he had a smallmouth bass, Larry. Here's what he actually had.
An 8-year-old boy from Pennsylvania reeling in a truly unexpected catch while fishing with his dad at a lake just outside Philadelphia. Michael Coffey wasn't sure what his son Seamus had caught, but Seamus knew.
I was like, oh, it's like a bluegill. I don't know what this is. And he said, it's a piranha.
The little boy asked by a reporter.
How'd you know it was a piranha?
Because I watch YouTube.
Because I watch YouTube. The piranha is a scavenger freshwater fish typically found in South American lakes and rivers. Likely someone dumped the exotic fish into the lake where it was found.
And that's Sherry Preston with ABC. She did a really nice job with this. But you should see the picture. This is one of these ugly piranhas with those horrible jagged teeth.
They're nasty looking.
Oh.
I forget. Well, there was a movie called Piranha, right?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't we have a professional basketball team called the Piranhas here at one point?
Don't remember that.
Pittsburgh Piranhas?
I wouldn't be surprised, but...
You'd be surprised now what people are catching out of the rivers as they gradually have gotten cleaner. You know, there was the industrial age where there wasn't much going on. But now, and we had the story last week, Paul, about them reintroducing a native fish, the blue catfish.
I know. I had no idea it was going on until you brought it up.
In the Ohio River. And it's interesting. So many people since then didn't realize and asked about it. They are indigenous to the Ohio River here in Pittsburgh. All right, Paul, thanks. Coming up next, we're going to check in with Marty Griffin.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. Sly Fox Brewing announced it will close its downtown tap room, its last remaining Pittsburgh area location. Sly Fox is a long-standing Pennsylvania brewer originating from the greater Philadelphia area in the mid-90s. Earlier this year, it closed its Pittsburgh area brewing facility and tap room on the south side, which was later replaced by a Burgers Brewing. Now, the company has announced on social media and in an email to customers that it will close its downtown tap room located near Point State Park at 300 Liberty Avenue. Its last day of operations will be August 15th. Also, Point Park University in the city of Bradenton, Florida, announced yesterday they are exploring a potential partnership that could possibly lead to a university location in Bradenton. University and Bradenton officials emphasized the discussions are exploratory and preliminary. Point Park President Chris Brusalis said the university has commissioned a study to determine whether a Bradenton program would benefit the university. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
Coming up, 10 until baseball. Marty Griffin here to handicap the Steelers season for the year. I know you enjoy watching the games like crazy fun.
I love them.
But at the same time, you don't take it too serious, and I get that too.
I wish I could tell you I didn't. But if I watch a game at night, I can't sleep till like 5 in the morning. I have to take 30 sleeping pills.
Does get you.
I'm like friggin' Marilyn Monroe. It's not cool.
It does get you fired up.
I'm going to play this dramatic sound off the top from a teacher who gives a damn. You got to hear this stuff. The guy just wants kids to learn. It's so hard these days in this environment. You got to hear this to believe it. Kevin Krause sued the hell out of the county and county council because they tried to jack with him, term limit him. He beat their ass. We're going to talk about that. Good for Krause.
Oh, he's been around. How long has he been serving in a number of different
Well, they wanted to term limit him. They tried a power play. He said, screw you. He got a big shot lawyer, and he won. You got to hear this story. I'm going to check in live in Market Square. How's it been? How's business? Are they seeing trouble? Are things flourishing? We got to check that out. And I just saw those go-karts, the electric carts at the Science Center.
Yeah, Science of Speed, which was their sports exhibition building that's separate from the main Kamen Science Center. But your wife, Christine, told me she actually drove one of those.
Whoop-de-doo.
Come on.
The whole family.
Your wife's a race car driver.
We all went. It's very cool.
And I didn't realize this track goes up 3 stories.
Yeah. What they've done is they've made it fun and engaging and entertaining and educational. It's very, very cool, Larry. You going tonight to the game?
Yeah, I was thinking I might.
My man, Larry, the most dominant voice in the NFL. Man, this season, me and you, come on, man.
You coming up.
Are you inviting me? Is that what you're saying, Larry?
Due to NFL regulations.
See, that's a lie. That is a flat-out lie.
You'll see it on the door. Positively no visitors. It's not my rule.
Larry, that's crap. I'm going to call Mr. Rooney.
Call Roger Goodell. He went to W&J.
He didn't give a flying.
Let Marty do a third down call.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to sit in there with you and make a couple of calls. That throw sucked.
They're pooping in a flower pot. You're going to be watching the game, aren't you?
The best in the world was in the old days with my father and his brothers, half-drunk, Pitt, when they played at Pitt, Steelers. And they had Terry Hanratty. And they would stand up and scream, "Put the Catholic in!"
Terry Hanratty went to, Notre Dame.
Put the Catholic in.
He was from Butler.
Larry, they would scream, "Put the Catholic in." Larry, that is what, you can't get it out of your blood.
Oh, that's
Pitt
funny.
Stadium.
Did you see in Chicago the White Sox, because the Pope's he's a White Sox fan, they gave 40,000 people to
I loved it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, Marty, take us up to baseball.
Hey, you can get tickets for the game tonight online, $10-15. Seriously.
Check it out.
If you want to take your kids.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, guys. We have an accident in Mount Lebanon in the 1000 block of McNeely Road near Morton Lane. Heads up for that. Parkway West inbound is heavy once again, stacking just before the top of Green Tree Hill as you try to head into the Fort Pitt tunnels. There's a left shoulder pinch as you head down toward the Banksville on-ramp and then toward the Fort Pitt tunnels. We have some landscaping crews working in that median area till about 2 p.m. today, and when they're there, they do that shoulder closure. It just makes things a little bit tighter than normal, and that is part of why things are slow go there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 10:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan, Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices, Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, today through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleece to Drive For company, receiving the award 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 68. Skies are overcast at 10 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Wegmans is breaking ground at this hour on its first store in the Pittsburgh region. This is in Cranberry Township next to the UPMC Lemieux Sports Complex. The 115,000 square foot store is expected to employ around 450 people and will open next fall. It's one of 3 major developments in the grocery sector lately. Meijer is planning to build a location in Cranberry. Also last month, Kroger announced plans to purchase Giant Eagle for $1.65 billion. A Pittsburgh landmark is glowing again. It's the new Granada Theater's iconic marquee that's back on. Here's News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
5, 4, 3, 2,
After more than 50 years in the dark, the Hill District Landmark celebrated the ribbon-cutting ceremony and the completion of Phase 1 of its restoration yesterday. Led by the Hill Community Development Corporation, the project includes a first-floor cafe, lounge and commercial kitchen, a second-floor event space that can hold up to 900 people, and a University of Pittsburgh Community Engagement Center. Phase 2 of the revitalization is already underway. The historical New Granada Theater is not just a name, it is Black history. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A flash flood emergency in Indiana on Wednesday after a major storm system swamped the area. That prompted water rescues and sudden evacuations. ABC's Sophie Flay has more.
In Cambridge City, east of Indianapolis, one man clinging to a utility pole as he waited for rescue teams to reach him. Crews going door to door in Muncie, pulling people to safety. For many residents, they say the flooding happened with little warning.
My fiance called me and told me that I needed to start packing a bag and to get ready to get out of the house. And when I looked out of the window, I saw my fence floating past my window.
Officials calling the flooding a 1-in-1,000-year event.
Forecasters say the Midwest may not get a meaningful break from storms until Friday. Wholesale inflation dropped last month as gas prices reversed some of their Iran war spike, and other costs also cooled. The Labor Department's Producer Price Index rose 4.7% in July from a year ago. That's down from a much larger 5.5% increase in June. Right now on Wall Street, the Dow is now ahead 155 points at 53,925. The S&P is up 55 points, and the NASDAQ is up 219. New this hour, country music superstar Luke Combs' tour is coming to Pittsburgh next spring. The My Kinda Saturday Night Tour will stop at Acrisure Stadium on May 8th. Pre-sale tickets will be available on Wednesday the 19th, and general sales begin on Friday the 21st. Combs last played in Pittsburgh in 2023. Acrisure Stadium was sold out. A Powerball ticket sold in Illinois matched all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, winning that jackpot of just over $1 billion. It's the largest Powerball prize so far this year and the 8th largest in Powerball's history. KDKA Sports, the Pirates and Marlins are playing this afternoon on KDKA Radio. Coverage begins at 12:15. In their first preseason game of the year, Steelers-Packers tonight at 7 at Acrisure Stadium. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman with One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for health insurance that can save you thousands. 68 and overcast in Pittsburgh now. AAA traffic and AccuWeather next.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
August is here and there's still plenty of summer left to explore with Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Now's the perfect time to upgrade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai Chippewa, you can get 0% for 60 months or 1.9% for 72 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserChippewa.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends 8/31/26. BowserChippewa.com. Bowser Hyundai Chippewa.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up, sister?
All right, Marty, what's up is the Parkway West inbound is still quite heavy, backing to the top of Green Tree Hill ahead of those Fort Pitt tunnels. Now, this isn't just leftovers from the morning commute. We have some landscaping crews working in the median until about 2 p.m. today, and as long as weather permits, they'll be there with a left shoulder closure, which of course tightens things up there as you come down past the Banksville on-ramp and try to fit into the Fort Pitt tunnel. So we typically see heavier than normal traffic patterns when those crews are working. We have emergency crews working with an earlier accident in Mount Lebanon, this in the 1000 block of McNeely Road near Morton Lane. So watch for residual delays there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be warm and humid with clouds and sun. There can be a late-day thunderstorm, high 82. Then partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid tonight with a shower or two late, low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Met this kid in the Rocks. Kid in the Rocks hadn't been to school in a year and a half. They called him from the Rocks, and they asked him if he was coming to the graduation ceremony because they were going to give him his degree. And my man said, I haven't been to school in a year and a half. And they said, that's cool. We're going to graduate you. The kid in the Rocks. My kids all graduated with 4.2, 4.4. Kid in the Rocks have one parent. My kids have two. Kid in the Rocks couldn't really read that well, couldn't really write that well, and had a really difficult time with math. My daughters are both 4.0s at Pitt. Kid in the Rocks had a part-time job at a fast food joint. One of my daughters works for one of the best judges in the state. The other did an internship at the most successful bakery in America. Oakmont Bakery. The kid in the Rocks had two friends dead, had a sister shot. My kids, all their friends are alive and well. And my kids have both parents. The kid in the rocks has one parent. Hasn't talked to dad or knows dad's whereabouts for years. Kid in the rocks has no idea what the hell he's going to be doing. He's been arrested multiple times. My kids have never had a traffic ticket. Kid in the rocks is screwed. My kids have tutors. My kids have study groups. My kids are set. The kid in the rocks is screwed. Why am I doing this? To brag on my kids? No. To tell you how uneven the playing field is. Every time we look to the rocks, or to Rankin, or Duquesne, or McKeesport, or Wilkinsburg, or Clareton, and worry about what the hell's going to happen to these kids in their future. You want to hear real worry? Listen to this teacher who's trying to reach these kids who have no shot at all. Listen to this. Listen.
I literally broke down in the middle of class because I'm teaching seniors. These kids are leaving high school and going to college, hopefully, after they finish. We had 2 paragraphs to read, 1 sentence complete to write. I gave them the sentence stems. I basically completed the sentence for them in the model. These are 17 and 18-year-old kids, and they couldn't fill in 4 words. 4 words. I gave them the scenario. We annotated together. I gave them the answers before we even had the problem. And they couldn't do it. I don't know. I simply don't know where the problem is. This is only day 2. And I have seniors who simply cannot read and seniors who cannot write.
Jesus.
They cannot write. They can reason. They have the ability to defend their reasoning if it's talking to their homeboy, but applying that to a written text, 2 paragraphs, and they couldn't do it. Our young black men, our young brown men, our young black girls, and our young brown girls oh, God.
Jesus. That was the second day of class. I ran a list of the 50 worst school districts in Pennsylvania. I'm serious. And here's just 10 from here. Rankin, Rocks, Duquesne, McKeesport, Wilkinsburg, Clareton, Aliquippa, Pittsburgh. In Duquesne, the level of proficiency in math is 4%. 96% of the kids can't do basic math. And reading is 6%. And we don't give a damn because our kids are cool. This is America's tragedy here. This is a massive, massive problem. That black teacher, I want to hug that man. Write him a check, do something, build him a better school. Patrick, read through some of that list. Patrick, on the live stream, put up this list of some of the worst school districts in Pennsylvania. Read through some of that list, please, Patrick. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Urban pathways. So this is by school. These are the top 10 worst schools, lowest performing in our 10 county region. Urban pathways 6 to 12, number 1, bottom of the list. Propel Charter, Hazelwood. Pittsburgh Million 6 to 12. Life Mail STEAM Academy. This is Pittsburgh also. Pittsburgh Arlington K through 8. Aliquippa Junior Senior High. Stowe Rocks Upper Elementary. Pittsburgh King K through 8. Urban Pathways K through 5. Duquesne Elementary. That's the top 10 of the worst. And that's based on the average of their math and reading scores. They are the lowest of the low in our region.
Kids are screwed. Got to have hope. You heard that, teacher. He lost all hope.
It's heartbreaking.
We got to find a way, folks. We got to do better. We just have to. Damn. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, we still have crews on the scene of an accident in Mount Lebanon. This is in the 1000 block of McNeely Road near the intersection with Morton Lane, so you might find some slow traffic there. Traffic has eased up considerably behind the Liberty tunnels on 51 and 19. Just traffic light delays there, but the Parkway West is quite heavy. Backing for you at the top of Green Tree Hill. Now, that slowdown is due in part to a left shoulder closure between the Banksville on-ramp and the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels as crews are doing some landscaping work. Through about 2 p.m. today, you'll find that little bit tighter squeeze as you head for the tunnels there. Heading outbound toward the airport, great ride on 376, no problems. Parkway East just has minor delays inbound and outbound near the Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Orange Slices is brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, think you know who's hitting a homer today? Well, FanDuel is giving you a free chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. You've got nothing to lose and a lot to gain. And don't forget, you can make a free pick every day during the MLB season. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home for home runs. So are you ready to play your game today? Join all the action on FanDuel.com. That's FanDuel.com to play daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. 21 and over, select state. Kansas in affiliation with Kansas Star Casino. 18 and over in D.C., Kentucky, and Wyoming. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. In Connecticut, call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. In Maryland, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In Massachusetts, visit gamblinghelplinema.org or call 1-800-327-5050. In New York, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. And listen to Orange Slices, sponsored by FanDuel Predicts, wherever you get your podcasts.
So my friend Carlos with Greater Pitt Tree Service, this is the guy to call. This is the company to call with all these big storms and all these big trees down. The safest, the most highly trained, the best pricing, the best equipment, the best you'll ever find. He's done several trees in our neighborhood and in our yard. 412-884-TREE. 412-884-TREE. Greater Pitt Tree Service. Give me a yell.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
With the work that we do here at UPMC and Environmental Services, we are here to make everyone's work possible. With cleaning an operating room and keeping it sterile, it's not just one person, it's 5, 6 of us coming into the room, being part of the environmental services that keeps the hospital clean and up and running. It's a beautiful thing.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Get Marty is brought to you by Perry Calder Law. When it matters most, contact Perry Calder Law.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Check this out. Kevin Krause, Sheriff Badass. I've known him at least 20 years. Insanely committed to law enforcement, insanely committed to this county and to the men and women that work for him every single day, kicking ass. They tried to jack with him. A county council tried a power play. Let's mess with the sheriff. Literally what they tried to do. They tried to term limit him. Go home, Kevin. Seriously. They all got together and said, let's jack with the sheriff. Let's limit his term. Let's put a referendum on the ballot. Let's screw him over. Krause said, fought back, and he won. And I love this. Because the arrogant, ignorant county council got spanked. All those lawyers on county council don't know squat about the damn law. This proves that. Attorney Tom King, representing Krause. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. I'm great. How are you doing?
My man is so relevant. He's on this damn show more than I am. Good to be the king. Hey, Tom, tell us what happened and how Krause beat them down.
Yes, sir. Well, I represent the Pennsylvania Sheriff's Association, so I represent, generally speaking, all the sheriffs in Pennsylvania.
Yep.
And Jack Goodrich, who you know very well, is a great lawyer in Pittsburgh, and represents Sheriff Krause. And I agree with everything you said about Sheriff Krause. He's a great sheriff. Nobody's more dedicated to Allegheny County, protecting the people in Allegheny County. He is a 24 hours a day, 7-day-a-week guy. Why in the world would you want to term limit this guy? And why would you pick a fight with somebody like that?
They don't like him.
Judge McVeigh, the highly respected jurist, issued an opinion yesterday that said that the county council failed to hold the required hearings to allow the public to have input on this thing. And by doing so, they can't proceed with the ballot issue. They also drafted an ordinance that would have applied retroactively to Sheriff Krause, which is obviously illegal. And so Judge McVeigh entered an opinion that is well-reasoned. He didn't agree with us on the constitutional issues, but it didn't matter because he has stopped this ballot effort by the county council, which I think was misguided to begin with. Why in the world do you pick a fight with one of the best public servants in Allegheny County and in the state? I wouldn't know.
They don't like him. They don't like him.
Term limit a guy. Why would you want to term limit a guy that's he's 100% dedicated to protecting the citizens of Allegheny County day in and day out? And the sheriff's office down there is a model. We brag about it in the Pennsylvania Sheriff's Association. We brag to the legislators.
Oh, they kick ass.
We brag to anybody that will listen about how the Allegheny County Sheriff's Office operates. It's wonderful.
So they can come at him again if they want, or in general terms, try to limit the next sheriff?
They can try it again. They can't. It's too late for this time.
Yeah.
The ballots are being printed. I believe the date is late August or early September. And so there's no way. I mean, they can appeal this, but there's no way that, in my opinion, there's no way they're going to get it on the ballot this year. And again, why would you do this? I mean, I don't get it.
They don't like him.
I don't get a lot of stuff in life.
Bethany Hallam, in specific, can't stand him. That's what this is. And she's a lawyer and thought this was a slam dunk for them. It wasn't, and it isn't, is it, sir?
It is. It's absolutely not only not a slam dunk. They just got dunked on.
And all these lawyers didn't know procedure, from what you're saying, right?
There's a Pennsylvania Supreme Court has said you got to do, if you're going to change the government, which is what they're doing. They're trying to change the government by term limiting the sheriff. If you're going to change the government, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania has said it's required that you have a study commission in these home rule charter counties, and that you allow the public input on this thing. They didn't allow the public any input on it. They never had the required study commission hearings, and the judge found that to be true, and so the judge did the right thing, and the order stops this effort to do this to the sheriff.
And in an issue of semantics, they honestly didn't know the procedure, from what you're saying, sir, and according to this ruling.
Somebody didn't know it. Or somebody didn't follow it. They didn't follow it. But whoever made the decision to go ahead with this thing, they should have understood that.
But it was kind of amateur hour. I could say that. Yeah.
I don't want to cast stones at anybody. I don't know who did it and who didn't, but it doesn't look good if you're supposed to have a study commission and you don't have one, and you're the county council of Allegheny County. That's not a good thing.
Tom King, hottest attorney in town. Thanks, brother. Good to be the king.
Yes. Thank you very much, Marty, for having me. And remember, Jack Goodrich was sheriff's lawyer on this thing, my friend. He did a great job.
Love him. He's a wild man. Reached out to Krause. He prefers that Tom King represent his opinion here, and here we are. Here's my thing about this. If you're going to go at the sheriff, make sure your ducks are lined up. And what this shows is they weren't. It shows an inept approach. It shows an amateurish approach. And now you have this angst between county council and the sheriff, right? They don't like him. Now he doesn't like them, and he kicked their ass. It's a bad look, man. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. And it's a victory for the sheriff and the sheriff's department. Meantime, Krause is doing his job and representing the county in a fantastic way. When we come back, we're going to talk about a trial with a jury that is secret. This is wild. I'm an old guy. I've seen thousands of trials. I have never seen a trial where the jury is kept secret. Fascinating. And also, we're going to check in Market Square. Is it safe? Is it flourishing? What are they doing with the teens? Have there been takeovers? Have there been issues? We're going to talk live with a man who has a lot invested in Market Square. And before I go to break, I want you to know this if you're thinking about the Steeler game tonight. I'm serious about this. This is very cool. According to my boy, Ticket Nick, listen to this. There are upper end zone seats for $15. How about that? And decent seats for tonight's game for $30. And parking is as low as $25. Look, if you've got kids and you can't afford to take them to the big game, you should check this out. Come on, man. $15, $25 to park. Come on. I'm told there are plenty of seats available. If you haven't been to a game, I love preseason. I love the Steelers. And I hope you take advantage of these cheap tickets. Very, very cool opportunity.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy.
We have this faucet in our bathroom that you cannot turn on. It takes like a wrench and a weightlifting exercise to turn it on. I called 2D Mechanical. It's a true story. They're at the house within an hour. They fix the problem within an hour. They're kind, courteous, professional. The pricing is amazing. They wear those little boots so they don't get any dirt in your house, and they know what the hell they're doing. They get to the problem and resolve it fast. 412-771-4100. 412-771-4100. 2D Mechanical.
Story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
UPMC, life-saving, life-changing medicine.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together, we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission: to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/radio. That's legacybox.com/radio.
Met a young girl who went to high school with my daughter. She went to CCAC her first 2 years in college. Now she's transferring into Pitt. She has no debt from CCAC, and all 2 years of credits transferred to Pitt. Look, folks, most CCA students leave there with no debt. It's an amazing school. They have amazing programs, and the value is insane. CCAC, check it out.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
70 with mostly cloudy skies. It's 10:30 now. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A West Virginia man is facing a fine after TSA found a loaded gun in his carry-on bag Wednesday afternoon at Pittsburgh International. 28-year-old Chad Tubaugh of Wheeling also did not have a valid concealed carry permit, and the 9mm Glock was confiscated by Allegheny County Police. Panther Hollow Bridge is set to reopen to traffic tomorrow morning. There's a ribbon cutting this afternoon. The bridge reopens at 7 a.m. on Friday. This link between Oakland and Squirrel Hill was closed back in 2024 after an inspection uncovered structural issues. More than $2 million in repairs on the Panther Hollow Bridge started back in last February. A letter written by a baseball fan in 1947 was recently discovered by his daughter and published by the Post-Gazette. Eileen Coliano shared her story with KDK's Colin Dunlap on Wednesday. Paul Alexander has the story.
A clerk at U.S. Steel who had polio as a 10-year-old kid and couldn't pursue his dream of being a Major League Baseball player typed a letter to Pirate star Ralph Kiner. Rather than being bitter toward the game he couldn't play, he was a huge fan, and he tried to encourage Kiner after he went hitless in both ends of a doubleheader against Cincinnati.
He expressed real caring because Ralph was booed unfairly by Pirates fans. And my dad actually wrote, "Ralph, I was embarrassed to be a Pittsburgher that day."
Kiner appreciated the letter and sent a handwritten note thanking Eileen's dad for his support. And while he never did play the game he loved, he did manage to walk despite having polio. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 199 points at 53,969. The S&P is up 65 points now, and the NASDAQ is up 273. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:32. Our next update at 11 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Ethos.
Being the executor of an estate is a big responsibility.
So in essence, you're naming a proxy, if you would, to handle your affairs after you have passed away.
You can make things easier for your executor by organizing your earthly affairs in the here and now.
Making sure your accounts are titled properly, the beneficiary designations are updated.
If not, the process of settling your estate could take months or even years. I'm Rob Hart.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we have crews responding to an accident. This in North Versailles Township in the 300 block of Greensburg Pike. So that puts it around the intersection with Tinsman Avenue. So watch out for sluggish traffic as you travel there. Elsewhere around the commute, coming inbound from the eastern suburbs, you just have a minor slowdown between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels as you make your way toward town that way. Parkway West continues to be really heavy for you, backing around the top of Green Tree Hill as you fit into the Ford Pit tunnels. 28 looks great. Parkway North I-279 is rolling well, heading toward the Veterans Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Midland Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warm and humid for the rest of today with intervals of clouds and sun. There may be a thunderstorm in the area late, the high 82. Partly to mostly cloudy, warm and sticky tonight with a shower late, low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right. Fascinating trial about to happen. Actually, the whole dynamic of it. Fascinating trial about to happen. And I had to reach out to one of my boys, Phil DiVicente, because there's an aspect of it that I've never seen before, ever, in my career. And I'm an old guy. And I've seen thousands of cases, not as many as Phil. But this Mangione guy, his trial, state trial, trying to cut a deal today in the federal case, they will have an anonymous jury. Phil joining me this morning. What's up, brother?
Hey, good morning, Morty.
My man, how long have you been at this? How long have you been kicking ass as a lawyer?
So it'll be 26 years this October, so I'll be going into my 27th year.
How many anonymous juries have you had, sir?
I'm sorry, 2001, so I'd be 26 years. So I could tell you numerous jury trials. I've won everything from attempted murder, 25 charges on that case, to first-degree murder, to numerous aggravated assaults. So these violent type of crimes, especially early in my career, I was trying a lot more. I'm getting some pretty good deals these days. But these juries, Marty, that you're bringing up with the judges.
Hold on. Answer my question. He's doing closing arguments for me. How many anonymous juries have you had, Phil? Anonymous. Zero. Wow.
Yeah, and I could tell you why. The only reason I was saying I think why the judge is doing this is out of extreme abundance of caution. This is such a high-profile case that was caught on video, where this suspect was later found at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
That I believe the judge is very sympathetic to these jurors because it's going to take quite a while. But additionally, this Mangione guy, and he's presumed innocent until proven guilty, but he has a following like I've never seen before.
Phil, they made him into a martyr, man.
Well, O.J. Simpson is the last time that I saw people that were so decisive on which side they're choosing without any facts being presented in a court of law. And so it does make you wonder, however. This is a little different because it's caught on video. There's a lot of different, but hey, it hasn't been presented in court yet. But I tell you, when you have a following like that and you're serving as a juror, which is probably one of the most important things. People always want to try to get out of jury duty, but it's probably one of the most positive things you can do for your society because somebody's liberty's at stake.
So let me explain what Phil's so right about this, and here's why. So he executes this healthcare executive on tape, this guy, and he has this insane following. Why? Because people hate healthcare costs, and as a result, they hate healthcare executives. And now they're saying, I'll come after you, jury, if you find my man guilty because we love him. Right, Phil? This is where we're at with this.
Yeah, I think your assessment is pretty accurate, but I think it's twofold. We have an issue with healthcare costs that go up between 20 and 25%. I know I can speak as a business owner.
It's true.
And then on top of it, we have a situation where it's insurance.
Yep.
And so, Marty, your listeners probably don't know this, but when sometimes there's a person sitting there that's called the defendant, they actually are insured. And you're not even allowed in the state of Pennsylvania, so people can appreciate this in civil trials. You can't even say the word insurance or it's a mistrial.
What?
Yeah, because hold on, because they think it's deep pockets and people are more likely to find in favor of a plaintiff that they know a defendant's sitting there if they have insurance. So that can never be spoken. The only time you can speak that word, one time I sued an insurance company.
It's amazing.
If they're a named party, then of course you could say it for like perhaps a bad faith action or things along this nature. But if they are not a named party, an insurance company, and Marty Griffin hits somebody on the way home.
It's amazing.
You're sitting there in the defendant's seat. And so jurors in Pennsylvania say, well, you know what? I like this Marty Griffin guy. I don't want to give him the money that he might owe because that will bankrupt him or whatever. But they don't know that the defendant sitting there actually has insurance. So really the only person they're going to be finding a verdict for, yes, is against the defendant, but the insurance company.
So they're protecting the sanctity and the safety of these jurors in essence by not identifying them, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can tell you, it will be interesting, though. So the judge has taken all the precautions. And judges, people are always beating up on judges. They have some, in the legal system, so people can appreciate this, they have the hardest job. Defense lawyers like myself, criminal or personal injury lawyers like myself, we like to cry how hard we work and this and that. Judges have to make both sides legally accurate for their presentation. They have to be concerned about the jurors. They have to be concerned about their tip staff. They have to be concerned about security. They have to be concerned about the prosecutor.
So Phil, before I lose you, so you're defending him, and Phil could, by the way. Do you demand that the identities of the jurors be released? Do you demand that, sir?
Boy, that's a tricky question.
Yeah.
I would have to be able to think about the argument on why I believe that it would be necessary. For instance, the defense lawyers will know who the jurors are.
Sure.
That's important because you're always concerned about jury tampering going either way, what they might do, what they might not do. Obviously, these folks are going to be sequestered as well. And one last point I want to bring up. We've seen this in Pittsburgh history with trials. There's a change of veneer, meaning they change where they're pulling the jurors from, or a change of venue. Now, where did we see that? We saw that with Bill Cosby's case, which I was the first, to my knowledge, in Pennsylvania to say the trial court screwed up royally.
So hold on. Before I lose you, in more than 20 years, you've never had one case where you didn't release the names of the jurors. Has there been a case in Allegheny County that you can remember?
Absolutely not. And I practiced with Jim Ecker. I've tried jury trials with Johnny Lash, who had the most murder cases before he retired. Jim DePasquale. You could ask any of them except for Jim. He passed, God rest his soul. But not to my knowledge.
Phil, do you remember when you were a young lawyer and I would be in the back of the courtroom as a young reporter, and when you won, and you won all the time, you would slam your fist on the desk. Do you remember that, Phil?
I didn't slam it. What I would do is I would make my fist 3 times.
It was fantastic.
And I still do it.
You know what it was? It was victory, brother. Phil DeLucente will not remain anonymous. Thanks, brother. You're the man.
Thank you, Morty. Have a great day.
It's a fascinating discussion.
This report brought to you by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about award-winning chefs. Yes, chef. And why they choose Duke's Mayo. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, here we go. Baseball, Pirate Baseball today. Colin Dunlap with you. I'll catch you after the game until 6 o'clock. KDK.
Listen to the Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Don't forget to change your camera.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be warm and humid with clouds and sunshine. There can be a thunderstorm in spots before the day is through, the high 82. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, warm and humid with a couple of showers around late, the overnight low 67. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, I'm looking at Patrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is we are getting reports of an accident in the 200 block of Merchant Lane down in Collier Township, so watch out as you're traveling in that area. Not too many troubles for you as you're out and about right now. We do have the Parkway West kind of heavy most of the way down the front side of Green Tree Hill as you try to fit into the Fort Pitt tunnels. There's a left shoulder restriction as you come past the Banksville on-ramp all the way down to the tunnels, as we have some landscaping crews working in the midway point there of the commute, and they'll be there till about 2 p.m. today, so watch for that. Speaking of 2, the North Shore parking lot's open for the Steelers game at 2 p.m., so finding a spot is expected to be tight over there. More costly, of course, maybe parking on the Golden Triangle and taking the T across the river would be your better bet today. With AAA Traffic, I'm Edlin Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is Greg Trzynski from the Original Mattress Factory. Parents, before you buy your student's mattress online, consider this. At OMF, we offer the same convenience, but with major advantages. You can actually try our mattresses before buying, crucial for your student's comfort. You'll know exactly where your mattress comes from, right here in our local factory. By supporting the Original Mattress Factory, you're investing in our community. And here's the kicker. You'll pay less than you would online. Quality sleep, local support, and better prices. OriginalMattress.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with With SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I spoke to John Perry with Perry Calder Law Firm yesterday. JP said they have doctors on their staff to investigate medical malpractice cases. Your case, doctors on the staff. They've had some of the best results in America in terms of lawsuits won and settled. AI, oh, they've got it. Attorney intelligence. Perry Calder, 412-281-4200. 412-281-4200. Give him a call.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
You ready for a Coit clean summer? This is really cool. My friends at Coit, right now, you can save 35% off all Coit cleaning services. Area rugs, wood and tile floors, drapes, upholstery, outdoor porch and patio furniture, and more. Love it. Get everything amazingly Coit clean for the summer. Call Coit now. Save 35%. 1-800-FOR-COIT. That's 1-800-FOR-COIT to get a free estimate on your home or business. They clean my house. Amazing. Coit, Pittsburgh's premier cleaning service. Life in the blink of an eye. My son, Vince, is turning 16. Wow. And I'm calling Oakmont Bakery, and I'm looking on their page because they have 3,000 ideas for handmade cakes, bespoke, anything you want. Flavors, shapes, sizes, you name it, they do it. Made my daughter insanely cool ballet slippers for her 16th. Oakmont Bakery. Delicious.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The things you do for your kids. My son turned 16. Remember that? Man. I have spent a lot of time lately thinking about family because I'm not a morbid guy or a fatalistic guy, but this is it, man. Both my girls are in college and Vince is 16 to be gone in 2 years. You got to live in that moment, man. And I'm doing something crazy with him because I can. And I'm thinking about my dad and the stuff that he did with me because he could. And the imprint it left on my soul. It's weird what happens. And my brother Chris will tell you the same thing. I'll look in the mirror and see my dad. I'll walk down the hall and have the same gait. Both my brother is very chill, as the kids say, but he has this Griffin Irish temper thing where he'll snap, and then 5 minutes later he'll be like, "Oh, it's cool. Sorry." That was my father. But my father made it his mission to make sure we were together doing stuff a lot. And I think some fathers get caught up in being like celebrities or executives or lawyers. And they miss that moment, right? The fathers that don't go to the beach house because they're paying for the beach house because they're working all the time. The fathers who are entertainers, and because they're entertainers, they're on the road all the time. The fathers who are jocks and get caught up in being a jock, so they leave the kid at home all the time. My father showed me the way, man, and made sure that I was with him as much as possible. I think if we don't do that, we miss out. As cliche as it sounds, they're never going to put on my tombstone, he worked his ass off. They're just not, man. But my son will sit there in tears thinking, my dad was my man. My dad hung. And I think that's the best we can do for them, right? Watch them, teach them, discipline them. Don't be afraid to make them act like adults. Don't stand in the way if they start to fall. They got to fall, man. They got to. They got to get bruised up and banged up. Because if they don't, they spend their whole life in that recoil position, right? Afraid. My favorite moment when I was young, my mother babied me because she's Italian. And I used to have to get up in the morning to ride my bicycle to Sacred Heart Church and serve 6 o'clock Mass in the summer. So it was dark and I was scared. I was a wimp. Nothing's changed. And I was afraid to get up alone. And I would wake up from the alarm and start making noise like this. If I'm lying, I'm dying. And my point was to wake up my mom so she could comfort me. I swear, Italian mother. That lasted for 2 days. Day number 3, my father comes in the room and says, you shut the blank up and get on your blank bike and go to church and serve that GD Mass. And I don't want to hear one more effing noise out of you again. Guess what? I went to church. Guess what? No more whining. Don't be afraid to be rough on them so they can learn to overcome their fear of the dark. As I watch my daughters grow and my son grow, I saw all the hair on his legs last night and thought, damn, he's now 5'11". He's going to surpass Dad in about an inch. I said, damn. Don't let these moments slip away. Don't. I'm constantly thinking of my dad and how he did backflips to hang with me. Backflips. Crazy stuff. Don't be the guy with the wording on the tombstone. Man, he made a lot of money. Don't. Be the guy that they remember as a father who made a difference in his son's life and was always there for him. Remember that.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
The Cousins are giving away a new roof because every family deserves a safe roof over their heads. Think you or someone you know deserves a new roof? Enter the End of Summer Cousins Roof Giveaway for your chance to receive up to $15,000 towards a brand new roof. Don't wait. Visit callthecousins.com and enter today.
Call the Cousins.
Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. Call the Cousins.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. I was in ICU at UPMC. They saved my life. And this was recently. The care was around the clock. And the medicine was insane. And the doctors and the nurses and the kindness. They saved my life again. The truth is that it's the greatest health care I've ever received anywhere in the world. And it truly is life-saving. Life-changing medicine. UPMC. I'm a believer.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, bladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
72 and mostly cloudy at 10:59. I'm Paul Rasmussen. A Pittsburgh landmark is glowing again. It's the new Granada Theater's iconic marquee. And we have the story from News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
After more than 50 years in the dark, the Hill District Landmark celebrated the ribbon-cutting ceremony and the completion of Phase 1 of its restoration yesterday. Led by the Hill Community Development Corporation, the project includes a first-floor cafe, lounge and commercial kitchen, a second-floor event space that can hold up to 900 people, and a University of Pittsburgh Community Engagement Center. Phase 2 of the revitalization is already underway. The historical New Granada Theater is not just a name, it is Black history. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Wholesale inflation dropped last month as gas prices reversed some of their Iran war spike, and other costs also cooled. The Labor Department's Producer Price Index this morning, the report says it went up 4.7% in July from a year ago. That's down from a much larger 5.5% increase in June. At this hour on Wall Street, the markets are all up. The Dow is ahead 69 points at 53,840. The S&P up 56 points. The NASDAQ is ahead by 230. Last night's Pony League World Series Championship game between Washington County and Chinese Taipei was canceled. Continued on playable conditions after days of downpours at Lou Hayes Field gets the blame. Pony League play-by-play man Lanny Fratteri was a guest on the Big K Morning Show.
Sitting there in the broadcast booth and looking at the field, it was just a total mess. And there's just no way they could have played the games.
In a statement, organizers said with visiting teams scheduled to leave this morning, they thought it was unreasonable to ask families to pay for flight changes and extended hotel stays. Country music superstar Luke Combs' tour is coming to Pittsburgh next spring. The My Kinda Saturday Night Tour will stop at Acrisure Stadium on May 8th. Pre-sale tickets will be available on Wednesday the 19th. General sales begin on Friday the 21st. Combs last played in Pittsburgh in 2023, and Acrisure Stadium was sold out. A Powerball player in Illinois is $1 billion richer today after purchasing the winning ticket in last night's drawing. The location? A Quincy, Illinois gas station. John Marshall, the manager at Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh, got an early call from the manager at the company's other Quincy location.
He called me, and at 3 a.m. I thought something was wrong, but he just wanted to let me know that we sold the winning ticket. So I got me on the horn, and then I haven't been asleep since.
The winner or winners have yet to come forward. Here in Pennsylvania, 2 tickets with the Power Play option matched 4 numbers and the Powerball to win $150,000 each. KDKA Sports, the Pirates and Marlins are playing this afternoon on KDKA Radio. Coverage begins at 12:15. In their first preseason game of the year, Steelers-Packers tonight at 7 at Acrisure. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time is 11:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman with One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 if you recently lost your health insurance or don't have coverage through an employer. 72, mostly cloudy in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic in the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Marty Griffin. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. 48 months with 0% interest, same as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we're still seeing lots of heavy traffic on the Parkway West inbound, backing right around the top of Green Tree Hill as you make your way to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Now, in part, that's due to a left shoulder restriction between the Banksville on-ramp and the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels. There's some landscaping crews working there in the median until about 2 this afternoon. And so when they put that shoulder restriction in place, we see heavier than normal traffic delays there. So that's part of what's happening there. Parkway East inbound, minor delay before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound, it's slow go past the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange. So keep that in mind. Also seeing some heavy restrictions for you and resulting heavy traffic around construction on the southern end, the Highland Park and Morningside end of the